we are back with even more. More stories, more discussions, and more unforgettable moments.
This festival is not just an event, it's a celebration of knowledge, creativity, and the endless possibilities that come when great minds come together.
From history to future visions, today's lineup is packed with thought provoking sessions and exciting dialogues.
So let us dive right in.
And to begin with, we invite you all to join us at Rangdarshini Hall for our very first exciting session of the day.
Welcome to a session that celebrates the beauty and the serenity of nature. To guide us through this insightful discussion on nature writing and its cathartic value, it's my privilege to invite two exceptional individuals to the stage. Anuradha Kumar Jain ji, the author of the book we are launching here today, and Mr. Janvit Sharma, who will engage her in an enriching conversation. Please join me in welcoming them with a huge round of applause. Also called Shalini Mahajan ma'am on the stage. And now let us unveil and launch Delhi, a nature journal. This isn't just any launch, but it's your chance to be among the first ones to own the copy of this incredible artwork. And here's the cherry on top. You can get your copy signed by the author right here after the session. It's a book that promises to awaken our senses and deepen our connection with nature and the world. Delhi, a nature journal by Anuradha Jain ji, a book that gently reminds us of the magic of nature that exists all around us, even in the bustling metropolis like Delhi. From the golden blooms of summer to the indigo skies of the monsoon, the chirping sparrows, fragrant jasmines, and the fluttering butterflies, this book takes the readers on a journey through the natural rhythms of the capital city. Accompanied by the beautiful illustrations, this journal is more than just a record of nature. It's an invitation to pause, observe, and reconnect. It's a call to let nature soothe, calm, and heal us, even amidst the chaos of urban life. Let us now immerse ourselves in a conversation that will inspire us to rediscover the beauty of everyday natural world around us. We are thrilled to begin today with a session that bridges worlds of nature and literature, offering us a glimpse into the healing and transformative power of the written word. It's an honor to introduce two extraordinary individuals who embody these ideals. Dr. Anuradha Kumar Jain ji, a celebrated author whose deep connection to nature breathes life into her writing. A geographer turned storyteller with a PhD in geography, her debut work, Written on the Wind, won critical acclaim and is now being adapted into an OTT series. A multifaceted artist, from embroidery and cloud spotting, her diverse passions bring unique vibrancy to her stories. Joining this insightful discussion is Mr. Janvit Sharma, a pioneer in heritage conservation and cultural preservation. India's heritage steward, as Additional Director Journal, Conservation World Heritage of the Archaeological Survey of India, he has overseen successful restoration of heritage sites like Cambodia and facilitated addition of 16 sites to UNESCO's World Heritage List. A poet and a documentation, a global advocate for preservation with numerous publications including Architectural Heritage Ladakh, he continues to inspire efforts in cultural conservation worldwide. Together, these two luminaries will explore how nature inspires creativity and promotes healing and helps preserve our culture and our ecological heritage. Can we start the session with a huge round of applause for them?
Well, very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to see you all here, particularly the young minds that I see in the back. And I hope this conversation helps us invigorate this passion about heritage and passion about nature. Also, congratulations, Dr. Anuradha Kumar Jain, for the launch of this book. But I had a privilege of perusing it, going through it. And there were 2 or 3 things that struck me. I'll talk about the book as well, but you know, when you were giving an introduction, you talked about that she is engaged in cloud spotting. That's the word which struck me, and I think I would request you to explain that a bit. As much as your title of the first book, which is again equally exciting, equally poetic, if I may say so, and that is her first book, which is Written on the Wind. And I think it will be useful for us all if you just give us a glimpse about what your first book was all about. Another thing which I noticed about her was in her introduction and her brief biography. While all of us do our education or complete our education, and the PhD is the highest level that we can attain, in order to have some better job prospects, particularly those who are into the domain of academics. Herein, it's one of the rare examples where you have the passion which is leading her to pursue the highest degree on the land. And that's something which I thought was very unusual about her. So maybe her journey of her, how she started to where she reached is something that we would like to hear from you yourself. Now, I must admit that before, when I was asked to read along with her this book, and the way the title was Delhi's Delhi a Nature Journal, I really thought that it would be an inventory of trees or inventory of flora and fauna that is associated with the city. And then when I looked at the cover, which I'm sure most of you can also see, and I would encourage you, after this session that, some of you would be willing to look into it and buy it as well. So the cover features one of the prominent monuments, and I'm a monuments man and I can't help but notice that. It's Bada Gumbad of Lodi Gardens in Delhi. And here you have, in the foreground, a tree in full bloom. And there is a little chair and a table with a cup of tea on it, and it evokes a certain sense of charm, an old world charm to it. And therefore, obviously, as I said, that because I belong to the world of monuments, it drew my attention immediately. And I started, obviously, reading it. And Dr. Jain, I must tell that I read it over 4 or 5 sessions. And I thought it was fascinating, and I've written certain comments on it. If you don't mind, I can read it so that I don't lose, any point that I wanted to make. First of all, I think it is a brilliant, first-hand, gripping account, and a very personalized one about the author's personal observations about nature, which is perhaps in her backyard, or, of course, the city that we are talking about, which is Delhi. And therefore, she draws that intimate connect with Delhi's flora and fauna, its natural heritage, and how they have shaped the unique character of the city for centuries. And historically speaking, we all know that Delhi is believed to be the city of, it's a combination of 7 historic cities, starting from Indraprasth to Shah Jahanabad, which is old Delhi presently, and even the Lutyens Delhi, which was established by the British, and now the modern Delhi, which is now sprawling, as we all are aware of. And that not only we are talking or interpreting the city in terms of its urban fabric or in terms of its monuments, etc., but also in terms of its open spaces, its gardens. For example, the ridge of the Delhi as a city is known as the lungs of the city. And then you have several parks and gardens. Lodi Garden tops the list in terms of the gardens that we have. We have Buddha Jayanti Park, we have Nehru Park, and we also have the recently christened Amrit Van of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. So there are a number of these gardens in Delhi which actually lend a very unique character to the city, and obviously one of the very strong attributes of this nature or the natural heritage is its wealth in terms of the flora and fauna. And if I recall Pradeep Krishan's book on Delhi's natural heritage, he records more than, I think, 400 species of trees and trees that are present in the city and its immediate environs. So therefore, Delhi is not only the capital city from that point of view, it's also a very interesting kaleidoscopic green city. Also, if you go through her book, where she talks about when she got up and what she observed, and there were mynas in front, and the birds were singing and dancing and all that eloquence that she mentions, there is that very interesting sense of picturesqueness and romanticism. And just to define these terms for you, these are the terms which were associated with the landscapes, with the movements in art, literature, architecture, in the sort of a larger part of the 19th and the early 20th century. And therefore you had its imprint on a city's layout also. For example, I'm sure you would know that Delhi, which was established by the British, is actually designed on Haussmann's style of architecture or the city planning, where the avenues were created. If we know Chandigarh for that matter, again the avenues were created, and they were not the avenues primarily in terms of the road layouts or the buildings, but also the kind of trees that were planted along the roads. So you had the network of roads, and each particular road type had a peculiar style of a plantation, which gave again a sense of avenues as you would view it. So and in fact, when I was going through her book, I was reminded of Amitav Ghosh, we all know. And he writes, in the bustle of Delhi's streets, there is still a whisper of nature. The breeze that moves through the trees in the parks, the occasional flutter of birds above the traffic, reminding us all that this city too is alive with the pulse of the earth. And I think her book reminds us of that as we go through it. And she starts from 1st of January. It's a day-by-day account. Every day that she observes something new, something that didn't happen previously, and keeps a very meticulous journal and a record of that. And therefore, from 1st of Jan to 31st of December, you see what a variety or a glimpse of Delhi's nature. And when I was going through her book, another thing that struck me was how she has interpreted the city and its mood through a variety that is posed by the climate. So she writes, for example, if it is the winters, she's associating it with fog, with the dreary weather, light rains. She talks about spring. She talks about flowers, birds, azure skies, freshness in air, full of love and life. Summer, harsh, very unforgiving, dust storms, yet the nature is surviving. She talks about rain, which washes away the veil of dust and pollution, and everything looks fresh and verdant, replenishes the dry water bodies. She talks about, when she reaches autumn, again, she finds it very sensual and very strong. October and November not only are important from the point of view of the fairs and festivals, but again, it has its own imprint on the nature. These are also the driest months of the year, and it's a transition between autumn to winter. And when the winter arrives, the winter chill, the shorter days, the festive cheer, and of course at times the outcast sky. So she gives us, I was telling her that we all live, I've lived in Delhi for now more than 30 years, and what she said, I could see it all, I could relate to all, but I hadn't actually observed it the way she did. So it was quite a fascinating account, I must say, Dr. Jan, that you've actually documented, and many congratulations to you for this very inspiring, very thought-provoking at times, this book that you have brought about. I can go on and on, I know that. I'm supposed to speak a lot, but then here I'll shut myself up And I would let the author speak about herself, about the book, and thereafter we can then have a discussion and engage largely with the audience. So I think with these words, I'll now go quiet, and over to you, Dr. Jain. Thank you.
Good morning, or rather I think it's good afternoon now. Good morning. Okay. I'm delighted to see so many children in the audience today, because I do feel that the way forward for us to preserve our environment and nature is through children. So I'm delighted to see you all here, and I do hope you will be inspired by the end of this session to do your little bit for the environment. He has introduced the book so beautifully. I don't think that I can add. Mr. Sharma has introduced the book so beautifully that he's left very little scope for me to introduce it. He's done that, but I will tell you some specific points which he mentioned. Like he said that, as you know, the book is written month-wise, and it follows Delhi through the seasons and through the changing weather patterns, the flora and the fauna, and clouds and the sky. And contrary to popular belief, Delhi is a beautiful city. It is not just urban clusters and high-rises and chaos and malls. It has beautiful tree-lined avenues, it has well-laid-out parks, it has gardens, and it's leafy, and it has a very rich bird life. So I think there are more than 450 species of birds ever counted in Delhi, both migrants and residents. And on a good day, if you are in one of those bird races, which is essentially that you either go with friends or with yourself to see how many birds you can spot in one day. If it's winter and you have the migrants and you get lucky, you might be able to spot more than 250 bird species in a single day. And this is in a uncompromising urban space. So it's what I tell everybody is that nazariya badal ke dekho. We all pass through the same roads every day, we pass through the same avenues, but we look, but we don't really see and we notice the beauty around us. And I'll give you a personal example for this, that when Delhi has notorious traffic jams, so if I'm out in the car with my husband, which is very often, it's very likely that we are going to get stuck in one of the traffic jams. And he will immediately start whining and cribbing and looking at his watch and saying ki ye shahar ab rehne wala nahi hai, and all that nonsense. And I tell him ki khidki se bahar dekho. Most of the observations, most of them in this book are from these jams, because if there is trees, Delhi's tree-lined avenues, so you see the trees and you see the changing seasons through the trees, because trees have narratives of their own. There are times when birds nest, there are times when it goes to seed, there are times when there may be a barbet in the tree. So it's basically the way you look at it. So that's what I would like to say to the children. And not only Delhi, Bhopal is a beautiful green city. It's a city of lakes, and you have so many green spaces around here. And Bhopal is also, you are fortunate if you are bird watcher, that it is in one of, there are 9 flyways in the world which migrating birds, especially water birds, take. So Delhi is right on the route of the Central Asian flyway, which comes from North Siberia down to Maldives. So you get a huge amount of migratory water birds and other birds here. So it's a beautiful city and you're living here, so enjoy it. That's what I would like to say. And another topic that you touched on, cloud spotting, which was the first thing you said. Cloud spotting is this, that when we were children, I had friends around, and children are fond of collecting things. कि मेरी stamp की collection है, और मेरी books ki hai, and if you're a young girl, you have nail polishes and lipsticks and stuff like that. I had no collection. So I was one day just whining to my mom ki I need to start a collection. To which she told me, why don't you collect clouds? So it struck me as so, an impossible thing to do. So then she went on to say, collection doesn't mean ownership. You can collect clouds by looking at them, enjoying them, and they become yours, So I started spotting clouds, and I take photographs all the time, car se lean karke and all. So it's been very enriching. I think it gives me a view to the sky. It gives another dimension to my life. And at night I look at the moon and its phases, and I see the stars in the sky. Though it's very rare to see stars in Delhi, it's a very vague, dusty sky most of the time, although winters are different. So it adds another dimension to life, and I think all of us should explore that. Anything you would like to ask me specifically?
No, when you said about...
Yeah.
No, I think fascinating what you talked about cloud spotting. The only thing that came to my mind as children, as a child, what I used to do, maybe all of you also do the same thing. We used to sort of imagine faces in the clouds.
Of course.
We used to draw that. Somewhere we are seeing a tiger, somewhere seeing something else, somewhere seeing something else. So we used to relate that way. So when you said that, it reminded me of that. But let us know about that, your first book. The title is so fascinating. Let us know about that as well.
My first book, Written on the Wind, is totally different from this. It is the story of two women, very strong women, in the years leading up to the partition of India. So both my side of my parents were refugees from Pakistan, and I grew up hearing those stories, and somewhere I felt they needed to be told. So this is the story of two women and how, their lives shape out against the turmoil that India is going through that time. And it's based, therefore, it starts at the turn of the century, and it ends 2 years after the partition and shifts to Bombay for those 2 years. So it's totally different genre from this. ये वाला चाहते हैं.
This one. See, one thing that struck me, as it is a journal, so as I was mentioning that starting from the 1st of January to 31st of December, you've almost every day you've recorded something or the other, and therefore it gives us that overall perspective, the overall context. But I thought I'll ask you, but this is something that you wouldn't have thought of on the 31st December of a particular year, that from next day I'll start writing about it. The journey must have started much earlier than that. So I wanted to understand, how did it start for you? And therefore the way it has culminated. So what is that journey like? I hope I don't sound like a schoolmaster here, but I just wanted to also understand that over the years that you might have been observing these fascinating details that you have penned down in your book, have you noticed any changes, any irreversible damages or concerns? Something that has saddened you, something that has alarmed you, and you thought that, okay, this must stop and this shouldn't happen. So we wanted to understand, because hidden within these words is much more to it. Actually, that's how I could understand, as I said, when I was going through your book. Would you like to share some of your experiences and accounts? But how did it start?
Okay. So this journal has been several decades in the making. I mean, I didn't write it as कि इसको एक दिन publish करेंगे, but I took nature notes for myself every day, like weekly diary entries, or if I saw something interesting. So this has grown from that, and it doesn't all belong to 1 year. though I have tried to keep the basics correct, like the full moons and all are all of 1 year. But these are entries which are over several years. And I was introduced to nature by my mother, who even in the zamana when, sustainability and environmentalism were not buzzwords that they are today, she was a very passionate naturalist. Down our road, agar somebody is lopping the tree, which nobody bothered those days, she would immediately march down and fight with that person. So the sense of wonderment has stayed with me, that nature thing. And I sometimes think that there is magic at work in nature. Flowers bloom and fruiting trees will go to seed, birds will migrate, all at their appointed hour. There is no conflict, there's no violence, everything happens in harmony. So it's a sort of a magic there. And what you asked me, what I feel sorry about, I'll give you the example of sparrows. When we first shifted to Delhi, this is about 23, 22 years ago, we lived in a small apartment with a very tiny balcony. So wahan pe, I had kept an old watering can for decoration. वो जो पुराने ज़माने के होते थे ना, वो tin के watering cans, which was immediately taken over by a squirrel for nesting. But what I noticed was that there were so many sparrows. If we had a tea in the morning and we left a few crumbs of biscuits there, they would certainly come. But I don't know how much of it is scientifically true, but I do feel that pigeons have had a lot to do in urban areas to drive away the sparrows, Like then our flat building was taken over by pigeons. And they are also birds, I love them, it's nature, but they are aggressive by nature. So they drove away, I think, all the sparrows. Even in my house here in Delhi, I keep a little bird feeder. So all the birds will eat in harmony with each other. The babblers will come, the tree pie will come, and we think of the tree pie as a bully, but it's rather timid. But when the pigeons come, they will drive everybody away aggressively. So I don't know whether the decline is naturally because of a lot of other scientific reasons, but what I have observed in urban areas is that pigeons have had something to do with it, and I'm very sad about it, I do get some sparrows, but jitni aati thi utni nahi ab. So that is this thing.
I think this issue with the pigeons that you have mentioned, I think a few of my colleagues from ASI are also here. In monuments also, I think they are one of the threats, I would say, in a sense that their droppings are very acidic in nature.
Very.
And that is what damages the surfaces of the monuments, particularly if the surfaces are very delicate in nature. They are carvings or they are inlays or whatever it is. So they do have a tendency of damaging that as well. So most of the monuments, not only in Delhi but across the country, I think that's one of the problems that we face. Now that we're talking about it, I think one thing that I'm quite tempted to ask, have you visited our monuments? I'm not saying from the point of view of history, but for example, Delhi has 173 monuments, ASI
visited,
monuments.
yeah.
We have 3 World Heritage Sites, Qutub, Humayun's Tomb and Red Fort. And recently, I'm sure you would have been there, in Sundar Nursery, which also has 4 ASI monuments, but it is a 128-acre sprawling landscape that has been recently built. So have you been visiting our monuments not only from the point of view of appreciating the monuments, but also from your point of view? Because I think I've noticed in Red Fort that you have an immense variety, from eagles to snakes to all kinds of fauna that you see over there. So have you also been visiting some of these places?
Yes, my family and I are, my children, husband and I, we are very fond of monuments and history, and we read about them, and I think we've visited most of them, my daughter especially. She is, Safdarjung's tomb and Humayun's tomb. She'll go to paint. The illustrations in the book are by my daughter, So she if you see the first and the last flap, there are monuments there. So we are we've been visiting them, and you are right, in Sundar Nursery, I think I saw one or two rare trees, jiska only example is in the Sundar Nursery. So you are right, and they are great, they are the lungs of the city, so to speak, Yeah. So, and even in Golf Club has monuments, and the Lodi Garden has monuments. So we've been visiting them all, yes.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Tell me one thing. It struck to me, and I was, when we were having a brief conversation before, people, I think, whenever there is a long weekend, and I think the neo-urban middle class and upper class is all SUV savvy kind of a, gentry. And we all love wherever there is a long weekend to go up in the hills, to go to the nature reserves, the wild, the forest reserves and all those things. I'm sure you would have been asked this earlier also, that while of course going there has a very different purpose, we don't have tigers in Delhi, thankfully so, but how would you, what message would you give it to them so that they can appreciate the nature in their own backyard? I mean, so of course go to natural reserves and all that, but you have nature here also. So how would you, how would you encourage?
Greenery that you keep in your backyard, in your balcony. So you don't have to go anywhere. Nature thrives everywhere, If you try keeping some water out for birds in the summer, a small pot in your tiny balcony will do, and you will see how many birds come there. So you don't really need to, visit for green spaces. For the blue part of it, yes, you do need to, but Delhi, but Bhopal for that matter has so many lakes. On a casual saunter, you can see birds and herons. I saw herons yesterday while we were driving down to the hotel, passing the big lake. So you don't need to really go anywhere to enjoy nature. All these observations are from an urban area, the ones in the book. They are not from any reserve or some of them, yes, because we have, Delhi has reserves, like you have Sultanpur Bird Sanctuary and all. But most of them are everyday, like in summer you will have the laburnum trees with the golden shower of flowers, or you can see the color of the clouds in monsoons indigo. You really don't need to go anywhere to enjoy nature. It's right there. You need to pause, to stop, and to look at it.
Very well put, very well said. I think I'm going to take a pause and break here, but I would encourage now from audience, if you would want to ask any question or if you have any comments to make, which I'm sure Dr. Jan would like to respond. So would anybody have any questions, any remarks to make? Meeraji?
Ridge, and there are 21 streams of drains which kind of drain into. So broadly there's a ridge, and then there are these drains. So there are huge amount of water bodies which Delhi has, and it's kind of a protected environment if we had developed it that way.
Yes.
So if we had looked at the ridge, and if we had looked at the water body, like you have the horse cars and most of the monuments, the moment you cross the bridge, there is a lot of brackish water. So the moment you start moving towards, like the Sultanpur nursery, is basically a brackish water.
Yes.
you have to cross the ridge to come into this huge green space, which the historical characters used extensively, and they kind of built between the ridge and these monuments. So there is a historical chapters happening there, even in terms of nature. So what happens at Tughlaqabad, and then what's happening in Red Fort, and as you move on the other side towards the north. So even if you are addressing this, I think there is a lot of tree chronology which could be taking place there. So have you thought of it that way ever? That the older places may have some old trees?
They do. They have the native trees of Delhi,
Yes.
and Dhau and all. Some of them are only at the ridge, and even beyond the ridge. Baki area mein they've all been finished off. But you are right. There are multi layers to the vegetation. There are, it's like having diversity hotspots within a city. Yeah. So there are different areas there.
So Anuradha ji, you touched upon a very important subject of, this thing of, he also said about the pigeons. So pigeons are a very, very big menace in urban India, and my organization has been running a campaign against feeding pigeons. That is the only way that we can bring down the population and save monuments also, because pigeons all over are, like you said, they are the bully birds, and they are driving everyone away, and Delhi had to declare Goraiya as a state bird in 2011, as late as that, because they were disappearing, like vultures were disappearing. So we should try to create awareness against feeding pigeons, and people like you can lead that, because pigeons are actually creating a lot of problem for other birds and biodiversity.
You're
Thank you.
absolutely right. And they proliferate. Like if a sparrow comes, 2 sparrows will come, 4. Pigeon, agar ek aa gayi, then there'll be hundreds of them in a few minutes, But they are such strong survivors. I tried to dissuade them. I bought the smallest bird feeder, jo itta chota, just for sparrows. And I put just the food sparrows like. But they come and perch on that, and they break it, and they turn. There seems to be, but I think Delhi government has now put a ban on, Delhi mein to jagah jagah pe you have this, feeding of pigeons, you have, kahin bhi there, but I think Delhi government has now recently banned, it's a good thing. You are right, absolutely.
Yeah, we can take one or two.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Ishita Tiwari from Institute for Excellence in Higher Education. Ma'am, I have a question. Do you feel that nature writing is declining? Because these days we find most of the writings, be it prose or be it poetry, delve more into issues like mental health, life, and psyche. So, ma'am,
Nature writing has never been popular in India. So, and that was one of the reasons I wrote this book, because whenever I travel abroad or somebody goes, I like to pick up the nature journals. Nature writing is flourishing in the Western world. Almost every city will have its journal. I just read one about the taiga forest in Canada. But in India, there seems to be no awareness or no fondness for writing a nature journal. बहुत कम मिलते हैं. You are right. So maybe you children can write one and get down to observing what you see in nature.
There is a book on Delhi birds which records that there are some species which have just disappeared from 1975 onwards, and they are not being spotted in. One foreign service officer has written a book on Delhi birds. It's a beautiful book which is documenting mainly also many species, but also the birds which have ceased to be,
Common in Delhi.
they are not being sighted at all since 75 was the last. Some Ganguly has written about that book in 75, and recent book is by the Foreign Service Officer of 1977 batch. But he has documented many species which are not being seen, and therefore he is talking about the habitat conservation.
I think I have bought this book. It's Delhi's Lost Birds or
Something of that
something like. I have bought it, but I have yet to read it. Yes.
So have you noticed that certain birds which you saw about 30 years ago are not being seen? That was the question.
I haven't noticed that they've disappeared. I have certainly noticed that they have reduced in number, but they have not disappeared. जितनी पहले थी उतनी नहीं. But मेरे को ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि I saw this bird and I haven't seen it now. Not to my knowledge. Yeah. Except vultures, of course, जो तो अब दिखती ही नहीं है.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So this session has been an extraordinary one, and sorry, we are not talking, like we are short on time. Okay. And ma'am and sir, this conversation was really nice. You both changed our perspective of looking at things. Now, whenever I'll be stuck in traffic, I will definitely look into trees and like observe more. So thank you so much, Dr. Anuradha Kumar Jain, ma'am, for showing us the art of weaving nature into words that touch the soul and spark imagination. Thank you, Mr. Janvit Sharma, sir, for your insights in conservation as a form of storytelling and your poetic reflections on monuments. Now, before we conclude, our speakers will ask one question from the audience, and the one I request everyone to please stay. We have a question for the audience, and whoever wins will receive a book as a gift. And the book is Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie. Please wait, everyone.
Okay, the question is, who is considered the father of the Indian novel in English? Known for Raj Mohan's wife, R.K. Narayan, Mulk Raj Anand, Bankim Chandra Chatterjee, or Raja Rao? Should I repeat the question? Yeah.
Bankim Chandra Chatterjee.
You are right. Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
So our winner will receive Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie, a timeless guide to cultivate enthusiasm, courage, and the resilience needed to thrive in every aspect of life. Congratulations. I once again thank our speaker. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. And I would like to thank the audience for joining us. Thank you so much. Sorry. Now, as we conclude, ma'am, I'm sorry, 1 second. So, this deeply enriching session, I would request Dr. Shalini ma'am to please, a member of our society, to please present our esteemed speaker with a memento as a token of gratitude. Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Bai has created this artwork for BLF 2025, depicting the connection between nature, earth, and human being, and the circulatory inheritance. To our incredible speakers, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom once again. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to welcome you all to this thought-provoking session titled Coats of Arms, Symbol of Royal Power or Anachronism. Across centuries, coats of arms have held a mystique that transcends time. From medieval knights bearing their family crest into battle to royal families preserving their heritage in intricate symbols. These emblems tell stories of power, legacy and identity. But what do they mean in modern world? Are they mere relics of the past or do they still hold relevance in the contemporary lives? Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked at the coat of arms and wondered about the story it carries? The battles it has witnessed, the dynasties it has represented, the value it has enshrined. Today, we will explore these fascinating questions. To guide us through this journey, we have two brilliant minds, Anuj Pakwasa ji and Dr. Meera Das ji, who will unravel the rich history, symbolism and cultural significance of coats of arms. Let me welcome you all on stage with a huge round of applause. Before we dive into this captivating conversation, let me introduce to you all to our esteemed speakers. Anuj Pakwasa ji, born in 1948 at Raj Bhavan, Nagpur, by history and symbols. His grandfather served as a governor while his mother, a freedom fighter and Gandhian, instilled in him deep love for India's legacy. His father, an avid stamp collector, introduced him to fascinating world of princely states, sparking his lifelong interest in the unique coats of arms. These emblems represent identity and authority and continue to captivate him. Joining him is Dr. Meera Das ji, a former member of NMA and convener in TEC. She is an art historian, conservation architect with specialization in matters of cultural policies. She is a writer and has deep interest in history and archaeology of the towns of India, both historical and current. So without any further ado, let us embark on this fascinating journey into history, culture and identity. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Welcome everyone, and particularly Mr. Anuj Pakwasa ji. We are very happy to have him here to begin with, because not only because he is a great collector of the coat of arms, but also he is has a deep association with Madhya Pradesh. And his association with Madhya Pradesh kind of dates back to much before Madhya Pradesh was made as a state. So we would slowly talk about all that, and we will start by talking about that. But I would like to introduce this question of coat of arms. Now, coat of arms was something that the British introduced in India. As we see it today, although it is not confined to that alone, I think it has a much greater history. And of course, Pakwasa ji will talk about it slowly and negotiate us through the pre-British days, how the whole coat of arms worked, but the formalization of coat of arms is a completely different subject. And there was, if I am, there was a school of heraldics which was there in London, and this is a 15th century school of heraldic, and they were formally giving coat of arms within UK boundaries and all that. Not only that they were doing that, but they were also recording, at some point recording the genealogy of all the royalty. There were of course conditions of getting registered, and you had to pay money to get registered, etc., etc. Then they were not only, so you had to pay money to get yourself registered. And also at some point it also got into the question of inheritance. Who is going to become the king? And things of that kind. So also, I mean, not just that, they had the power to go inside these various places where the coat of arms was granted and bring down take it back, bring down and destroy all the coat of arms which were already issued to them. So it was also a tool for governance. It was also a tool for making things subservient. So at one level it kind of gave pride to people. At another level it also took away the power. So coat of arms was not a very simple, aesthetically delightful thing, but carried a whole lot of kind of surrender to it, a power to it, and all that. So before I talk anymore, I would like Pakwasa ji to start talking about his family and his association with the Madhya Pradesh to begin with.
Okay, Jarur. See, Madhya Pradesh was known as CPN Birar in the former days, that is Central Provinces and Birar. My grandfather was appointed governor here in 1947, August, and since till 52 he was here in the governor. After that, the Madhya Pradesh was divided, the borders were reorganized, and Nagpur and Vidarbha, that is Birar, went to Maharashtra, and Bhopal became capital. At that time, Bombay Presidency was there, which was a large presidency from the borders of Goa till the borders of Afghanistan. It was a very large province. But then Pakistan went away, and Gujarat and Maharashtra also divided. So now Maharashtra has become quite small. When I was here, I was hardly 2-3 years old and became proficient in speaking Hindi because everything was in Hindi. And the Madhya Pradesh Hindi is without any accent, like in what you hear in UP or Bihar. So when I went back to Bombay, I was admitted in a school with Gujarati medium, but Hindi was taught as a subject. And then I would get up and bring out a mistake of my teacher, कि नहीं साहब ये आप गलत बोल रहे हो. So he got very annoyed. One day he could not stand it, so he went to the principal and complained. तो प्रिंसिपल साहब सेठ के हाँ मुझे मालूम है वो पकवासा ही होगा. तो कि हाँ सर वही है. तो उसकी चिंता मत करो, उसको मैं समझा दूंगा. उसने बताया है तो आपकी मिस्टेक है तो है, लेकिन आप अपना काम चालू रखो. एंड टू टीच गुजराती a tutor was kept. I didn't know Gujarati. So after 2-3 years, Gujarati भी सीख गया. And then my father became governor in Bombay state. That was Maharashtra and Gujarat combined. Twice, and once in Maharashtra state in 1964. In 1988 he was again offered governorship, but he refused due to ill health. उसके बाद में मेरे mother, she was a very true Gandhian and very much interested in social work. So she kept on doing social work and educating ladies and girls in physical and spiritual exercises, yoga and all that. And she used to carry out classes. During vacation, 20 दिन का class चलता था. Then she found out a school where she was appointed camp commandant in Bhosla Military School, Nasik. For Diwali vacations, there was a ladies teaching, all military training, horse riding, swimming, everything, rifle shooting, which went on for maybe 15-20 years. और उनके बाद में उनको था कि भाई ये तो सब ठीक है, लेकिन एक कुछ खड़ा करना है बड़ी तादाद में. So there is a place called Saputara in Gujarat. It's border of Gujarat and Maharashtra. तो वहाँ पे उन्होंने कन्या विद्यालय चालू किया. She started with only 6 girls, and at one point of time we had 1100 girls. Boarding school. और कई it is all tribal area, that is called dangs. तो डांग में वहाँ की ट्राइबल लड़कियाँ इतना अच्छा संस्कृत बोलती हैं और इतनी अच्छी उनकी एक्सरसाइज, उनके रास गरबे देखो आप, बहुत बढ़िया रहता है. और कई लड़कियाँ तो पुलिस और आर्मी, CISF सब जगह ज्वाइन हो गई है. दे आर एट वेरी गुड, द ग्रास्पिंग पावर इज़ वेरी गुड. और sometime in 1980 I started coin collecting, mainly of princely states. They were issuing, many of them issued coins and some few issued also postage stamps. तो वो मेरे फादर करते थे. तो वन डे फादर सेड के भाई अभी मेरा आई साइट थोड़ा वीक हो रहा है तो तुम संभालो. 3-4 बार बोले, फिर मैंने बोला कि देखो पापा, ये मैं कुछ ऑब्जेक्ट हाथ में पकड़ता हूँ तो उसका कुछ वजन चाहिए. एंड द स्मॉल पीस ऑफ पेपर डजंट हैव एनी वेट. क्योंकि ये मुझे मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है इसमें. वी गॉट अप एंड ब्रॉट आउट ए टिन डब्बा, वो पूरा फुल ऑफ कॉइन्स, वेरियस कॉइन्स, सिल्वर एंड कॉपर. अभी ये ठीक है? बोला अभी हाँ अभी ठीक है. तो तब से मेरा ये चालू हो गया प्रिंसली स्टेट कॉइन्स का. उसमें कई स्टेट के कॉइन्स थे, उसमें पीछे कोट ऑफ आर्म्स थे. तो दैट अट्रैक्टेड मी कि ये क्या चीज़ है. तो देन आई वेंट अराउंड मीटिंग फ्रेंड्स तो उन्होंने बताया कि ये तो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट आइटम है, वो कोट ऑफ आर्म्स है वो पर्टिकुलर राज्य के. एंड दैट कॉइन आई रिमेंबर वाज ऑफ ग्वालियर. ग्वालियर का पैसा था. तो वो इंटरेस्ट हो गया, तो तब से मैं कॉइन कलेक्शन के साथ साथ में ये कोट ऑफ आर्म्स का भी कलेक्शन शुरू किया. दैट वाज सम टाइम इन 1985-86 और तब से ये चालू है. आई कलेक्ट ऑल्सो इन मेटल एंड ऑन पेपर, दैट इज लेटर हेड्स. Many of the letters are signed by the Maharajas themselves. So it's quite fascinating. And the particularly the coat of arms, उसमें क्या क्या depict होता है. It is interesting.
So, stamp collection, of course, philately, so there's a vast subject of philately.
Yes.
And it is also highly valuable. Across the world, there are philately societies and they exchange information, etc., etc. So, but coat of arms, I did not know whether it has an international. Of course, I'm sure there must be international
There are,
collectors.
but not much in India.
Not much in India. Although India, I think at one point was also vying to get coat of arms. Most of even the very small states were trying to get coat of arms. What were would you like to start your presentation? Because the symbol that the state was supposed to give, the designing was done in the College of Herald.
Yes.
So they would pick up the designs from here, develop it, and send it back for approval.
And
then it got registered.
in the beginning, when the coat of arms were granted
Yes.
to the princely states by the government, they were designed, and some coat of arms were even minted in London.
Ji.
But later on, the Indian artists, they picked up and they started doing their own.
Yeah. Okay.
So
these coat of arms were used in various ways, like you said, at the back of the coin, but they were also embroidered and put as lapels and.
you see everywhere, you will find coat of arms.
Ji.
On their cars, you will find
Letterheads,
horse
yes.
carriages, even cannons. Some of them
Yes.
are also on coins,
Yes. Yes.
some in stamps.
Sure. Yeah.
And पटे वाले का बैच भी रहता है. So many places.
जी हाँ. So it
There were
was,
3 varieties. One was in copper, brass. One was in silver, and one is in gold. Gold ka was reserved for the Maharaja himself, and downwards, right up to the peon,
जी.
it went to brass.
Okay.
Even some of the states had their own armed forces and the police. They also had their own coat of arms.
And I think this polishing of brass, as you said, was also part of the responsibility. When the coat of arms was given, they were supposed to maintain it in a certain way.
Yes.
And polishing brass was also part of it.
Every week they had to polish it. It should shine like
should
anything.
shine. So our army, Indian army, as well as the armies all over the world, I think this brass polishing it was a very important task. Everybody was supposed to polish up the whatever coat of arms or brass they were wearing.
The army has taken up their coat of arms. Each regiment will have a different coat of arms. And they are also quite interesting to look at.
So what is the kind of symbols that they were using? And one would be very interested in knowing how they, because that was something that represented the state and they held.
In the beginning, there were more of European influence. But as the time passed, later on, Indian symbols were included, including many animals, flora and fauna of that area, and so on.
So you've given your pen drive to them, no?
Yes, yes.
So whenever you say we can start
No,
projecting.
we can start.
It's already there, okay. Would you like to see what is, I mean, we can't see, there should have been a...
I'll stand up there and
जी हाँ, okay.
आप भी आ जाओ, आप भी
जी हाँ,
देखेंगे.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल, मुझे देखना है. Is there a laptop?
Yeah, it's everything is.
So if we can look at the laptop here, whatever is the... Okay.
Maybe we can put 2 chairs here. Let's put 2 chairs here.
नहीं, this is good enough. आप बैठ.
Maybe आप इधर बैठ जाएं. I know. आप आ जाओ ना. I mean this.
आप यहाँ बैठ जाइए.
आप बैठे.
अनु जी, आप उधर बैठिए, आपको क्लैरिटी दिखेगा. आई एम गुड इनफ लुकिंग एट.
आ जाने. वही वही. हाँ, इधर बैठिए.
और फिर आप यहाँ बैठिए.
ऐसा बैठिए तो आप होंगे.
फॉर दिस कैमरा आप यहाँ आ जाए. ओके.
आ जाइए.
For that and this to come for the camera. Okay. आप शुरू कर दीजिए.
Yeah. Start.
हाँ. So this presentation by me, and down here on the right you see the coat of arms. That is, after looking at so many coat of arms, I decided to have my own coat of arms. So I designed it with 2 flags, a rising sun, auspicious signs, and slogan मनुष्य यत्न ईश्वर कृपा. मनुष्य की मेहनत और ईश्वर की कृपा. नेक्स्ट. ये भारत का नक्शा है और अपने भारत का कोट ऑफ आर्म्स, द 3 लायंस.
Go back one slide.
ये वाला.
So this using symbols has been very rooted tradition in India.
Yes.
Even Buddhism has what is called the Ashtamangala. So there are these 8 auspicious signs which they with Buddhism kind of uses at various
Buddhism,
places.
Jain,
yes.
and Hindu, of course.
Hindu Thai,
Yeah.
Om, Shri, and Swastika, all of them part of that. Ji.
So
Next.
these I printed on my letterhead and a visiting card.
One would like to have one visiting card.
हाँ जरूर देंगे. एक क्यों दो.
Next, please. जी.
हाँ ये तो अपना भारत का है कोट ऑफ आर्म्स
जी.
with 3 lions. Next.
It comes on the Constitution of India.
Yes.
So this gets sanctity, this coat of arms gets sanctity by being put
By
on
the Constitution.
by the Constitution.
Ah. Next.
Next, please. Yeah.
As Meeraji suggested, I've declassified the animals, aquatic, land, mythical, human elements, religious symbols and weapons. The first one is all fish, aquatic. The first one belongs to Darbhanga in Bihar. It is situated on river Ganga, and there are a lot of dolphins. So they have dolphin here, and the label reads Shri Krishna. The second one is very interesting. It is of Bhopal. Again, lot of lakes are there. So they have these 2 fishes moving upwards and a wreath of flowers. Then there is Banaras, There are also two fishes going around the earth, and two animals holding the shield. And on the top is the Trishul. Next.
What is written below?
Is a slogan, difficult to read. After looking at so many coat of arms with so many animals, different varieties, this one is the only one which has tortoise on it.
Okay. And the Sarangar, they were...
For- Formerly it was
ministers
Madhya Pradesh,
Madhya Pradesh.
now it is in Chhattisgarh. The next one here is Sakti, Orissa. वो ES से जो लिखा हुआ है, that is Eastern State Agency.
Okay.
और उसमें crocodile है. And two cross swords, flag and a crown on the top. First one is Indore. They claim to belong to Surya Vanshis. So image of Surya, on top umbrella, and a horse and a cow. The next one is Kapurthala in Punjab. Holding the shield are two horses. And here is the Maratha state, Jamkhandi in North Karnataka. Normally Maratha states will have elephants on their shield. So they have these two elephants. In the center they have this Ankush, drive करने के लिए. और number 1 reads the Maharaja's own car, number 1 car.
So this is the number plate. Is it number plate of
It
the
is,
Maharaja?
it is along with the number plate, it is fixed on the bumper. First one is Jaisalmer, having antelope, is a desert area, and on top is a bird. The next one is Bhagirathpur in UP. It has a bust of a cow and initials of the Raja. The third one is Mudol, Raja of Mudol. It again is a Maratha state in border of Karnataka and Maharashtra, having deer, and in the top center is the animal called Ghorpad, that is a monitor lizard. वो सुनते हैं ना कि वो किले के ऊपर डाला और फिर रस्सी से सैनिक चढ़ गए.
शिवाजी महाराज.
हाँ, शिवाजी महाराज का. हाँ, so that is. This one we come to the birds, Marwar Darbar, Jodhpur. Two kites are holding the shield. Kites or somebody बोलते हैं ना. Somebody being that kite, bird being the Vahan of their Kul Devi, Chamundeshwari.
It's also called Cheel. Is it called
Cheel,
Cheel?
Cheel, Cheel. और वहाँ जो मेहरानगढ़ जो फोर्ट है,
जी.
वहाँ पे 3-3.5 के बीच में चील को खाना खिलाया जाता है. मीट के टुकड़े डालते हैं ऐसे और चील उड़ के आती है लेके जाती है.
अभी भी मेहरानगढ़ फोर्ट में चील का सिग्निफिकेंस इज ह्यूज.
हाँ.
So that the royal house वो चील को बहुत मानते हैं.
हाँ.
Probably in one of the battles they were saved by a cheel or some story associated with it. जी.
ये उनकी कुलदेवी के वाहन है.
जी. Good. Okay.
The next one is Malpur in UP. Again a bird on top and a lion and a horse holding the shield with flag. And in the shield you can see sun face. The third one is Lunawda in Gujarat. It is again border of Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. Two egrets, water birds are holding the shield with tiger. Supposed to be a tiger. Doesn't look like. looks like
more
a
like a
looks
dog.
like a cat. But then handcrafted.
And what is this on? What is the
That is the panja.
what is the background? Is it on a cloth, embroidered on a cloth? What is this?
No, it is taken a photograph, no?
Okay. It's on a paper. Okay.
और उसके ऊपर में आज का जो कांग्रेस का सिंबल है वो
अच्छा.
पंजे का निशान है.
अच्छा. It comes from Gujarat.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Next.
चलिए.
The first one in the green is Mayurbhanj
There.
in Orissa. Beautiful two peacocks with a long plume. The second one is a state called Sant in Gujarat. Here again on top a bird and two horses holding the shield.
It's a beautiful blue. Huh?
Yes.
What a lovely blue. जी.
The third one is Raigad.
Which is in Chhattisgarh.
Now Chhattisgarh, a large bird is about to fly.
Nice.
And one tiger and a horse holding the shield.
जी.
Next is Mysore. These are mythical animals, half body of elephant and half of tiger or lion. And in the shield you can see a eagle with two heads. It comes from the Vijayanagar Empire.
Oh.
Vijayanagar Empire had a similar monogram with two-headed eagle and eagle holding elephant in their panja. So that shows the power of the state. And it has continued in with the Wadiyar dynasty of Mysore. And even now Mysore state, Karnataka state has the same symbol.
Okay.
The second one is Kota in Rajasthan. Here again two green figures of a mythical lineage. And on top is Mataji sitting.
Are they dragons by any way? Flying.
They look like flying dragons. Next.
Concept of a dragon, I don't know when it came into stories in Europe, but interesting that they show.
This one is Hindupura Zamindar. He also has a lion and
Flying lion.
beautiful sun face. This is Awadh, Lucknow Nawab. The last one, Wajid Ali Shah, is a mermaid, half fish, half human, and on top a crown. Actually, this is monograms in Awadh started sometime in 1820s. And at that time, no other state was having a monogram.
Okay.
But the then Nawab, he was very fond of European style of living.
Okay.
So he had the palace, clothes, uniform, everything like European style. Even his army was trained in European style. He had French and English officers to train his soldiers. And The funniest thing about him is normally a monogram remains permanent. But here, before Wajid Ali, three Maharajas came, three Nawabs, and they all had different monograms, but each having a fish on their monograms. Now only human elements is Jammu and Kashmir. See Dogra warriors holding the shield with weapons. And this Makarai in Madhya Pradesh is in tribal area. And initials of the Maharaja, Makarai. They also issued coins, only copper coins.
Okay.
Next. Weapons. This is Loharu state in Haryana. Only two cross swords and a crescent moon. And this one is Meerut Junior in Maharashtra. Ganaraj. Two spears and long ankush. Next.
So kind of a religious symbol, na?
Yeah,
That one?
yeah.
Because that is Ganesha's.
Ganesha's.
And, yeah.
Now religious symbols. The first one is Porbandar in Gujarat, which on the top is here Hanumanji flying away with two cross swords. Second one is Rajgarh, Madhya Pradesh. A beautiful piece, Hanumanji again. Hanumanji was very popular in Madhya Pradesh and part of Rajasthan. So many of the monograms will have Hanumanji on top. And the third one,
Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Yes.
the third one is from Manasa in Gujarat. वो पूरा हवन कुंडी उधर पेंट किया है. And two horses holding the shield and a bow and arrow on top. It is a small state in Gujarat. This one is Mangrol in Gujarat. It is a port city with two crossroads, initials of the Maharaja and a crescent moon and star. And at the bottom you will find this sail ship taking away cargo. So it was a port ship. This one again is from Gujarat, Malia, Gangad. We have image of Vishnuji standing. These are some. That was the Buckingham Palace with the coat of arms. Is the palace gate. This one is a flag of Junagadh in the middle. And with the lion sitting. On the right hand side is the letterhead of Bikaner. These are some coins which have coat of arms on them. First one is Rewa, Madhya Pradesh. It is a gold coin with two lions holding the spear. Second one is Indore with the bust of the Maharaja, Tukoji Rao. And monogram you will see, sun face on top umbrella and cow and a horse holding the spears. The third one is of Gwalior, again a gold coin I don't know whether you can see on top of monogram, a cobra will be there. Gwalior always had a cobra on top. As the story goes, this Scindia family, the original surname is Shinde. British turned it into Scindia. They come from a small place near Satara in Maharashtra. And some 250, 300 years back, a small boy went in the farms to do his work. He got tired and went to sleep. And somebody saw him that a large cobra was shielding sun. So he ran to his village and called many people there. Someone said, an elderly person, कि ये लड़का आगे चल के राजा बनने वाला है. And that is how Mahatji Shinde, your expert warrior, an expert horseman, he became a very favorite general of predecessors of Shivaji.
Can I add a little bit to this?
हाँ जरूर.
So this Gwalior state, the cobra head and of the Gwalior state, you will find wherever there is, they were also putting boards of no fishing. They were also putting boards of no hunting in a particular area. So, they were putting all these restrictions on fishing and hunting and this and that. And they used to put these boards by the sanction of the king, you can't do this or whatever. And all of them have this cobra.
Yes.
So all of them have this cobra, and I can't recall whether it also has a herald, but it has cobras. So very important. Although one can't see it here, but at least I can't see it in this coin. But
You should have been sitting there.
It's there? Okay. On the top.
आप देखिए ना
Okay.
उधर जाके देखिए बराबर दिखेगा.
Okay.
And the last one here, Faridkot in Punjab. Again, Raja's bust and a monogram with two antelopes holding the shield. It is not very late. It is 1941. It is a coin.
Silver coin.
Now, what we see today, where are the monograms? How do we connect? So, first one is, of course, Ashok Pillar. And then there are these big companies. First one is Jaguar, very famous car made. Then the Dabur. Then again a car of Ferrari, very popular. And last one is Larsen and Toubro, their monogram. So after looking at these monograms, you don't have to read the name. You know it, it is Larsen. Of course, the Madhya Pradesh Tourism Department has this stylized tiger in their monogram. And the famous jewellery of Tata's is Tanishq. Rajasthan Tourism has two camels, and Biba, a very famous clothing company. Next. Coat of arms represent a blend of tradition and modernity, which they are. While they may seem anachronistic in a democratic republic, they hold immense value for cultural identity, historical narrative and tourism. Their relevance today lies in the balance between respecting heritage and embracing modernity.
We can sit there.
Ah. Still to go.
Please. Well, thank you very
Great.
much for that
Thank you.
presentation. And I must say that we have just kind of browsed through this deep topic because every
Yes.
symbol that you put up had also text written below that. And it kind of, if you look at each one of them, it had a far greater depth and not
Yes.
just the question of what animals were put up and etc. And is very culturally rooted. So this question of whether it is relevant today or not, it's what you are saying, it is very relevant even
Very
today.
relevant.
Only the symbols seem to have changed.
One has to just see around.
Yes.
Everywhere you will find symbols.
Like the BMW, the famous one, and how
BMW.
they talk about it in great detail.
You know how that monogram, what it speaks,
What it speaks, exactly.
that blue and silver round. BMW company was making aero engines during
Yes.
First World War. That is how they started.
Yeah.
So the propeller जब घूमता है ना,
Ah.
तो it creates this kind of image.
So one is that the heralds may have changed, but the significance has not changed,
Not
and it's relevant even today.
Let me tell you that there are no books available, no reference book available on this subject.
Yeah.
There are a lot of books on coins, stamps and paintings and so on, but nothing on this subject.
And I hope you plan to write a book on coat of arms.
I have
So
started.
You started.
I have
We look
started.
forward to that
It
book.
may take some time,
Yeah, yeah.
but I plan to do it.
To me, it's a very, very significant topic, and even it tracks across India what's happening between India and Britain, and what's happening to how did they actually implement it, and how did they see that it is not misused, etc. There's
Correct.
several issues which emerge out of this, and we are so happy that you introduced the subject, a new
Thank you.
subject, but
It is-
highly intriguing and
It's a very new subject.
and a very wide subject. If you look at the historic significance and its modern day use.
Yes.
So I thank you for this lovely presentation,
Thank
and
you.
I'm glad I am part of.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we give them a huge round of applause for this amazing, deep, enlightening session?
Considering that you are talking about it not from theoretical perspective, but actually handling and looking at it. So
Yes.
you are one of the great collectors of coat of arms, and we are very happy to again go through the material.
One more thing.
Yeah.
There are something like 500 and odd princely states. Almost they all had their own coat of arms. Not only that, even the zamindars, estate owners, they also had their own monograms.
Even tea estates.
Tea estates, yes.
Thank you so much. As we conclude this insightful session, we leave with a deeper appreciation of coat of arms, not just as a symbol of royal power, but as emblems that connect us to our shared human history. Thank you so much, Anuj Pakwasa ji, for your compelling analysis and your for timeless symbols, and Dr. Meera Das ji for shedding light on the subject. Together, you've offered us a window into the world of art, power, and tradition that continues to intrigue and inspire, and we'll be looking forward to your book, sir. A heartfelt thank you to our wonderful audience as well. Now we have a question for the audience. So please pay attention. Our speakers will ask a general question related to the topic that we just discussed or related to literature, and whosoever answers it will get Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie, an amazing book.
The question is, which poet is known as the Nightingale of India?
You can raise your hand and then answer.
Number 1 is Kamala Das, Taru Datta, Sarojini Naidu, or Amrita Pritam.
You can, ma'am, over there. Yeah. You raised your hand. She raised her hand and then she's. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, please. I think we can hand over.
Yeah. Ma'am, you can come on the stage to receive the book from the speaker. Thank you. As we bring this profoundly enlightening session to a close, I would like to invite Dr. Shalini Mahajan ma'am, a valued member of our society, to please come forward and offer a memento to our distinguished speakers. This gesture serves as a heartfelt expression of our appreciation for your contribution and insights. The artwork that you see has been masterfully created by Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Baiji for BLF 2025. It beautifully illustrates the interconnectedness of nature, earth, humanity and the environment, encapsulating the vital cyclical relationship that underpins our very existence. Thank you so much everyone again, and have a wonderful day ahead. We'll see you after lunch for more enlightening sessions.
आपसे फोन पे बात हुई तो मैंने भी मैसेज दिया था
presentation first? Okay, got it. Ma'am, please take this way. An exuberant afternoon to one and all present here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to a session that is going to take us through a journey of time, creativity, and the breathtaking landscapes of Ladakh. To guide us through this fascinating session, I am delighted to invite two distinguished individuals, Ms. Atushi Deshpande, the author of the remarkable book Speaking Stones, Rock Art of Ladakh, and Ms. Pallavi Govilji, who will be in conversation with her. Can we welcome them with a huge round of applause? Before we begin with the session, for the launch of the book, I would also like to call upon the stage we celebrate Speaking Stones, Rock Art of Ladakh, a work of art in itself. This isn't just any launch, it's your chance to be among the first ones to own the copy of this incredible work. And here's the cherry on top. You can get your copy signed by the author right here after the session. And now, without any further ado, we officially launch the book. It is a masterpiece that connects us with the soul of one of the Earth's most extraordinary regions, combining stunning imagery, detailed research, and the insights into prehistoric cultures that thrived in the harsh landscape of Ladakh. This book is a living testament to humanity's earliest expressions of creativity, spirituality, and resilience. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much. We are delighted to present two remarkable individuals who bring unmatched expertise to passion to today's discussion. Pallavi Govilji, a dynamic leader and a scholar whose diverse background complements this exploration, an accomplished administrator currently serving as the Director General of Hydrocarbons and formerly Principal Secretary Tribal Affairs and Scheduled Caste Welfare, a scholar of governance with a PhD in Public Finance from City University, New York, and a Master's in Public Policy from Princeton University. An adventurer at heart, her passions for creating reading, traveling, and adventure sports mirror the spirit of discovery that today's session embodies. We are glad to have you with us, ma'am. Atushi Deshpande ji is a widely published travel journalist and one of India's top 80 photographers, an honor bestowed upon her by India Photo Archive Foundation in 2020. In addition, she has just concluded a 2-month exhibition in Paris on a special invitation from the city of Paris, further highlighting the global appeal of her work. What makes her achievements even more extraordinary is that she wrote and published this book while undergoing the treatment for stage 4 cancer. She is truly a warrior. She will now take us through the outback of Ladakh and its lesser known rock art galleries. Alongside her, she'll give this through a wonderful presentation. And later, together, these two visionaries will take us on a journey through the ancient and timeless art of Ladakh, exploring its stories, meanings, and the urgent need for its preservation. So, can we welcome them with a huge round of applause?
questions on the presentation, please hold on to them and.
Well, we speak a little louder.
Hello. Yeah. So can you hear me? It's not on. All right. So yeah, but the mic is on now. No, it's not. Okay. So we'll just pass this in. We'll try this one more time. It's on now. Hello. Yes. So thank you for this incredible talk on your book, Atushi. And congratulations for making it as a finalist to this world famous Banff Mountain Book Award. As a widely published photo traveler, photojournalist, avid mountain trekker, tell me what drew you to this subject initially? Like what attracted you to devoting so much of your life to just the rock art of Ladakh?
Like I mentioned, I've always been a mountain person. We're always trekking in the wilderness. And as photographers, we're always looking for personal projects that, but you know, if it has to be a personal project, it also has to be something that really entices you and that really attracts you. And when I came across these imprints, I really didn't know anything about them, like most of the people don't know about them even today. And I think what fascinated me was this is such a harsh, high, cold, high altitude desert. Even today, it is so difficult to survive in. And that, you know, so many thousands of years ago, people had actually come here and left these fabulous imprints. And I've been, you know, connected with art from my school days as well, and form, design, and shape have always intrigued me. And they were made with such beauty and precision. You know, it's easy to make realistic figures, but abstraction in art requires a lot of creativity. And the surface is very unforgiving. You know, unlike pictographs, which are paintings, a lot of them found in MP, you can still do an error correction. But on rock, it's an ungiving surface. An error cannot be corrected. Your surface, your canvas is gone. And the fact that they were lying where these artists had made them all these several thousand years ago, I was standing in the very spot where they were created. It was just mind-blowing. You know, the river is flowing by and the sky is open. Most of them are in out-of-the-way places. That's why I call this book an armchair travel guide, because these are very difficult to access locations. And I think somewhere I'm fond of challenges. So something that had not been documented, I wanted to bring it to the mainstream. And I wanted to project the creativity of these ancient people. I also wanted to wrest it out of academia and, you know, bring it as art, the way it was projected, the way art is projected today. And
lovely. So you just mentioned in your talk as well about how you use some night photography techniques, and you mentioned about how many of these art forms are in very hard to reach places. So, and you've done some special techniques in photographing them which have not been used ever earlier. So can you talk a little bit more about that? And I remember that on your suggestion, I tried to trek to one of these sites in Ladakh. And believe me, the gravel, the path, it's so hard to reach even the lowest of these sites. And the most intrepid of us, you know, worries about losing your foot while getting on. So what are the challenges you encountered in photographing all of these and chronicling them?
you know, I think when sometimes passion drives you, the challenges just fizzle out, you know. The excitement is so much. And having been a mountain person, this was on my 5th visit to Ladakh, then I found them. So altitude has not been too much of an issue with me. I'm used to that kind of, you know, it's part and parcel of the adventure. But I think the challenge lay in the fact that these are so old and they are barely visible at times to the naked eye. And therefore, and photography cannot lie, you know. We see 3-dimensionally, but photography is a 2-dimensional medium. So for me as a photographer, the responsibility is to make my subject look good. And therefore, the challenge was, you know, how to bring them out. And for that, I used reflectors, I used a lot of night photography, because I wanted to isolate the art outside of the landscape. And also the patina of the rock, the surface of the rock. Let me come to quickly about what this canvas really is. So basically, you need contrast for art to be visible. And this process, this casing on the rock, which is called the patina or the desert varnish, is a process of iron magnesium leaching with bacterial decomposition that causes this. Now, this surface over time becomes so smooth that direct sunlight, which people often think is the brilliant light of Ladakh, you will get such great pictures, is actually detrimental to photography.
Reflects back.
Something, yes, it reflects back, it's mirror-like. So therefore, using these photography techniques to actually isolate, bring out the three-dimensional part of the art and the grooves, that was the challenge. And of course, some of them are in out-of-the-way places, but that's part and parcel of it. I wanted to also document all of Ladakh, not just one isolated region. Therefore, it took a good 10 years and 18 visits. So those were challenges, and like any other normal human being, I faced my doubts, and there were inconsistent periods, but I persevered, and finally the book is here, so I'm happy for that.
On perseverance, you mentioned that you did not have any funding, and it was a completely self-funded project. Now that can be daunting for most of us, and that's a huge challenge you've overcome along with your health issues along the way. So how did you manage that?
I didn't think too much. And I just hurtled along. I just went with the flow, and doors opened. I was very, very lucky. I think I consider myself very fortunate, irrespective of the health and all. There are these small blips in life. We make them too much bigger. But there are so many other good things happening. And we are all moving the same way, cancer or no cancer. We are all going to meet the same end. And who is to say when that will be? COVID showed us that in, large parts. There's no predictability to life. So, go out there and, grab it and do whatever comes your way, and somehow the path keeps opening. I think that future projection, too much of thinking ahead, too much of planning, I've fortunately never done that too much, and the flow has helped me stay afloat.
You mentioned people, you mentioned Jigmet, you mentioned Umdo. So people are a very important part of your journey. People past, people living there, and people who've helped you do this chronicle. Do you want to talk a little bit about them?
Oh yes. See, every region is special for the people. And I think Ladakh, besides its landscape, it's got that Buddhist tenor. So hospitality is very inherent in the people of Ladakh, and I have actually knocked on strangers' doors and asked local villagers if they would give me a room for the night, because my petroglyph site was close to them and I would have to go 120 kilometers away, because there were no hotels, outside of Leh when I started my documentation, and there were no homestays. And I've had the most wonderful experiences with local villagers, opening their homes to me, and helpful. And like I mentioned in my talk, I have never encountered any issues. And of course, Jigmet, my driver, who I picked up, he had a beat-up Qualis, and it's thankfully survived our trip. And that's how I just did it. Just me and him as my assistant.
Lovely. So people open up their hearts wherever you go.
Oh, absolutely.
And you also mentioned, and you showed a picture of the Kathotia trip where you saw some rock art in Madhya Pradesh. So just to bring a little bit of context of Madhya Pradesh over here, and with Bhimbedka, etc., are you planning to visit, or have you already visited some of the rock art sites in Madhya Pradesh, and how are they different from the rock art that you saw in Ladakh?
See, the biggest distinction is there are more of pictographs here. Pictographs are paintings on rock because there are more overhangs and caves in this region. Whereas Ladakh's open air geography doesn't allow for caverns. So therefore they are more open air, and in open air you can't have pictographs. So they are more petroglyphs. Petroglyphs are etchings, pecking or abrasions on rock. And yes, I've seen Bhimbedka and I've seen Kathotia, like I mentioned, and I hope to see more of rock art.
There was one in Tamia as well, which you went down and I refused to go.
Right, that's right. So it's beautiful, I mean, it's also so lovely that, as humanity today, we are so distinct by caste, creed, religion, so many things, and we tend to forget where we come from. And, our whole emotional gamut is the same. All of us, no matter what we look like, we will respond to emotional stimuli in the same way. And rock art shows this so beautifully, because all over the world, when there was no connection between people, there were no discoveries of continents, people were expressing in the same way the emotions. Hunting was widely shown because for man who had brain but no brawn, even a wild dog can bring you down. So it was a big victory to be able to hunt. Like in Katotia, when I went, there were tiger pug marks even today. So imagine that forest teeming with wildlife, and there are humans trying to just survive. So
Great, and you exhibited in Paris, and your book, the ambassador to Bhutan wrote to me saying that he's really enamored with the book, etc. So your book is being reviewed and seen outside in the country. So outside the country, tell me, what was your experience in Paris, and how was it received over there, and what are the plans for the book in the future?
So it was a great experience. You know, the people were very, very interested in the subject. There was a lot of signing up from vast spectrum of society for the talks. And I even gave a talk to some archaeologists and anthropologists so that they can better their craft of photography. And, you know, because it always helps to have good visuals. And it's a culturally vibrant city. And yeah, it was an amazing experience. It just concluded. And there's possibility of another exhibition happening at the Maritime Museum in the Alps in the future as well.
Oh, very
And
good.
I'm hoping that India opens up more to this, you know. And I'm hoping to connect to the audience here.
Very good. So you also had a picture about how one of the etchings is very similar to what has been found in Utah. So that's actually quite intriguing that humans across the world who may not have had any connection would have been thinking similarly. So it's uncanny. So anything on that before we open up for questions, because we want to keep some time for questions.
So see, essentially, if you look at it, the sky is the same. At any one point of time, you will have the same sky wherever you are in the world. But how they connected the dots and decided to portray it as a symbol through which they could understand weather patterns. Because when humans were in that survival state, they were still figuring out how to live with this environment. When would the summer come? When would winter come? When to sow the crops, you know, when to get ready for the winter. They didn't have all the technology we have at our disposal today. So star watching has been astronomy is a very, very ancient science. And this is how it likely started.
Lovely. So any questions from the audience? Please. We'll just have the lady in the front first. And then the gentleman over there. Just
मैं
after
आपको
her.
बहुत कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट कर रही क्योंकि मैं भी पहाड़ से हूँ, दार्जिलिंग से हूँ, और जब जाती थी हिमालय के उधर तो पगडंडी देख के लगता था इधर से लोग आना जाना करते हैं, क्योंकि पहाड़ के लोग ऊपर रहते हैं जनरली, छोटी छोटी गलियों मतलब रास्ते से जाना आना करते हैं. तो लद्दाख में भी मैं गई थी और बहुत टाइम स्पेंड किया. तो आपके पास मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है, जब द्रास में रुक के हम लद्दाख के लिए गए थे, द्रास में रुकने के बाद टूवर्ड्स लेह लद्दाख एक जगह थे लामायुरू बोल के, लामायुरू करके एक जगह है,
लामायुरू,
हाँ, उसको वो मूनलैंड कहते हैं. रात को रॉक्स जो है एकदम चांदनी रोशनी में छा जाते, तो उधर भी हम लोग देखे थे काफ़ी, मतलब स्टे करके, होम स्टे करके. तो आपका उसमें कुछ, आप क्या उधर गए थे क्या, कि उधर कोई पेंटिंग आपने देखा था क्या? ऐसा मेरे क्वेश्चन ये है. बाकी आपका जो बहुत ही सुंदर है ये.
आई थिंक शायद ही कोई जगह है जहाँ मैं लद्दाख में नहीं गई. ये रोड पे है, कारगिल हाईवे पे आता है. और ये लामायुरू के मूनलैंड फॉर्मेशंस काफ़ी ब्यूटीफुल और फेमस हैं. हाँ, बहुत सुंदर हैं. ये बेसिकली विंड इरोजन से हैं. जैसे सारा लैंडस्केप काफ़ी हज़ारों साल पे.
जो जाने के वक्त रोड साइड में जो ब्लैक स्टोन और वो सब दिखता है ना, ब्लैक शिलाजीत पहाड़ जो बोलते हैं ब्लैक स्टोन, तो आपने भी उधर जाके क्या कुछ आर्ट देखा क्या?
ये मूनलैंड तो देखा हुआ है मैंने. आई थिंक
आपने 6 वैलीज जो हैं लद्दाख की, उन 6 सब प्रत्येक वैली पे अलग अलग क्रॉनिकल करा है, जो इनकी किताब में, जी जैसे आज नुब्रा वैली के ऊपर किया, तो इनकी पुस्तक में हर वैली के ऊपर अलग से उसको डॉक्यूमेंट करा हुआ है. तो आपकी इच्छा होगी तो आप ज़रूर अवश्य देख के जाइएगा. There's a question from the back from the gentleman. Thank you. जी.
So my question to you is, did you have any idea about where the rock art was located, on the basis of which you tracked where you were going initially? And of course, these are 6 valleys that you've concentrated upon. The last one, Zanskar, are these all located along the river, or they're in an interior area as well? They're all visible from the water. Where exactly are they located?
So most of them are away, removed from habitation. They are not necessarily near, and I presume even if they were near habitation, they've got destroyed because so many layers of civilization have come on top. But most of them are near rivers, and you have to go scouting. Also, they have been documented by researchers. You see, this subject has been lying in academia for a long time. In 1902, A.H. Franke, he's known as the father of Ladakh archaeology, was the first to document and talk about sites in Ladakh. The Domkar Rock Art Sanctuary that I spoke of, he was the first to note those petroglyphs. And after that, there have been some French researchers, there have been local researchers. I've been very fortunate to have been in contact with all of them. And they have all helped me with locations. Archaeologists have helped me. And sometimes it was, of course, often because my trips were solo journeys. So it's like, there is a special rock somewhere, but still looking for it is like looking for a needle in the haystack. And, because it's such a vast region and it's just rocks and rocks everywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's a question, Ji, pehle aap and then aap, please, in the front. Just in the front, there's a question. Can we have like 2 more minutes for questions?
Yeah. We can take one last question. Thank you.
ये वाली किताब मैंने पढ़ी पूरी और मुझे जो इसमें मैंने लद्दाख भी विज़िट किया. आई स्टेड देयर फॉर 4 days. तो मुझे वो जैसे आपने वर्ड इस्तेमाल की डिज़र्ट, वो डिज़र्ट जैसा ही लगता है, वो पेड़ तो है ही नहीं तो चीज़ों का. पर उसमें मुझे ये लगा कि क्या पहले से आपके चूँकि रॉक आर्ट्स है तो इसमें रॉक आर्ट्स में प्लांट कहीं उन्होंने उसमें डेपिक्ट की है नहीं, क्या पहले भी ऐसे ही डिज़र्ट था? क्योंकि मैंने वहाँ देखा बिल्डिंग्स जितनी भी हैं उन बिल्डिंग में वो ब्लैक कलर का एक वो लकड़ियाँ जलाकर उसमें से वो स्टाइल का बनाते हैं कोल का, तो वो डिज़ाइन जैसा दिखता है, कैसा लगता है जैसे आपने सीसी गिट्टियाँ जो होती हैं वो लगा दी हों उसमें से. तो क्या ये रॉक आर्ट से आपको ये लगता है कि पहले वहाँ इस तरीके का प्लांटेशन होगा या लोगों ने हैबिटेशन ने ख़त्म कर दिया उसको?
ये हमेशा से एक डेजर्ट रहा है. तो जो हिमालयन रेंज है वो एक रेन शैडो की तरह एक्ट करता है. तो हिमालय से टक्कर लेके जो दो क्लाउड्स हैं वो सारे नॉर्थ इंडिया में आ जाते हैं, तो वो एक बैरियर बन जाता है. और लद्दाख को इसलिए ट्रांस हिमालय बोलते हैं, मतलब हिमालय के पार. तो उस तरफ इसलिए बारिश नहीं आती, तिब्बत की तरफ बारिश नहीं आती. तो जबकि पहाड़ी इलाका है पर ये ड्राई डेजर्ट रहा है, तो यहाँ पे बहुत कम वेजिटेशन, बल्कि अब लोगों ने वेजिटेशन शुरू कर रखी है काफ़ी, पर हमेशा से इट्स नॉट कंड्यूसिव.
Quickly have one last question. The lady had raised her hand, and then we wrap up. Yeah. Oh, sir. Okay.
Yeah, someone new. Let's give it to somebody new. Yeah.
My question to you is that I've been looking at.
Thank you. So now that we see that these rocks have, now when I look at these rocks, there are people who will make some writings, some names, there'll be hearts around, and maybe 10,000 years later, people will look for that. Because later on, after language was invented, people have started to write this, there's a different way of communication now, right? So I want to understand is there a way to understand how long ago maybe these inscriptions were created? Or like, when you were exploring, could you define what time period or what was the era when they would have been created?
So what we know is through only stylistic analysis, which is by comparing the art from the regions beyond Ladakh's borders, where more extensive research has been conducted. No excavations or dating methods have been used in Ladakh. So there's no direct dating. Also, direct dating methods are not very scientifically viable. They are not very accurate, so they are not acceptable. But stylistic analysis has shown that these petroglyphs are up to 5,000 years old. They may be older, they're also invisible. What we do know is human beings have lived and passed through some very high passes, like I showed Sasirla and all, in ages past, even up to 10,000 years ago. So people have, moved. There have been migrations, there have been travels. And as far as petroglyphs are concerned, the very first pictorial art is considered hand and footprints, So those are also seen in Ladakh. I have some pictures which are very faded, very difficult to see, because you see this patination also. What happens is this cyclical process begins of my iron magnesium leaching, which I had mentioned earlier. It starts all over again over a few thousand years, and the art begins to disappear back into the surface where it was etched into.
Yes. Another add-on, sorry. But is there a way to preserve? Because, I mean, this is the only proof that humans have existed before. So is there a way to preserve these engravings? Because I think it's important to know.
I think keep humanity away from them.
That's a beautiful answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, lots of questions, but I think we have run out of the time given to us. Sir.
She's kind of asked what I wanted to ask. I'm Raghav Chandra. What is the key dissimilarity between what there is in India in terms of, pictographs or petroglyphs, and what there is in Altamira and Turkey and other places, perhaps some part of Siberia as well? What is the essential difference? And does it tell us something about the evolution of mankind and where we came from, Homo sapiens versus the other Neanderthals and such like? I mean, has any research been done on this?
So we are still at the tip of looking into in depth into these things, and we have to contend that we may never even have all the answers, because it is so old. We cannot possibly get into the mind of the creators and to really understand what motivated them to create this art. But what we can see is that all over the world, the similarity is that it's the fauna that they have represented, whether it's bisons in another part of the world, or giraffes, or whatever else. And over here, the fauna that existed here, in fact, sometime back in Maharashtra, they found aquatic rhinoceros, which was never thought of to be part of the landscape there. And they dated it to 12,000 years ago, because that's possibly a time where the aquatic rhinoceros might have existed over there. So they gave us some leads as to time periods when, animals have gone extinct. So they are in parts of the world, you see certain animals depicted which no longer exist. And I think that most importantly, it shows how humanity revered nature and put it on top. Today we are going through so much climate change, and I think we are so disconnected from where we came from, and there is so much wisdom to be garnered and learned from these ancient people who revered and lived with the land and took only what they needed. And the animals which provided them food and which provided them insights into their own way of living were idolized. And there are hardly any humans, Today our gods are us. So here they were, the larger than life figures were those of animals. So.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm getting stares, but it's been a fascinating presentation and fascinating talk. Thank you so much, Atushi. We have a lot of questions which we couldn't answer, but she will be there at the author lounge in case you wish to pick up a book over here. She'll be there to sign the book. And if you have any questions, please join us after this session as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was truly a very, very interesting conversation. We could just keep listening to you. And for the people like me over here who have not been to Ladakh, you actually induced a big major FOMO in us, and we do want to go to Ladakh now. So ladies and gentlemen, today we have traveled through time and space, delving into the beauty of Ladakh's rock art. Atushi Deshpande ji, your ability to capture and narrate the essence of these ancient inscriptions have left us in awe. Your dedication to documenting and sharing these cultural treasures has inspired us to view this in a new way. And thank you so much, Pallavi ma'am, as well, for your insightful questions. And now for the audience, please pay attention. Our speaker will ask a question to you, and if you know the answer, please raise your hand and then answer, and you'll receive The Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie. It's an amazing, life-changing book. So if you know the answer, please raise your hand.
So I'm going to ask you, what do you think has helped preserve the petroglyphs of Ladakh? Something to do with its environment. You have to give me a precise answer. Sorry?
Cold and dry, temperature.
Okay, we don't have an answer to that one. It's actually the lack of moisture. But that's not. Okay, okay, then we'll give it to him. Okay, that's close enough. Okay.
Thank you so much. We got so much about you from her. She's in love with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our wonderful speakers again. I was listening to ma'am before the session also. She was so passionate about this subject, and that passion has transferred within all of us, I feel, right now. She's been to Ladakh over 18 times, if I'm not wrong, which is amazing, and we also want to go now. So as we conclude this deeply enriching session, I would like to request Dr. Meera Das ji to please present our esteemed speakers with a memento as a token of our gratitude. The picture that you see here is by Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Baiji. She has made this artwork for BLF 2025, depicting the connection between nature, earth, and the human being and the environment, and the circularity inherent and imperative to all of our existence. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being a part of this wonderful session. We'll see you in the next session.
good afternoon, dear literature enthusiasts. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this captivating session of Bhopal Literature Festival 2025, where we journey back in the time to explore Mandu, the tale of Roopmati and Baz Bahadur, a story brimming with romance, resilience, and the timeless allure of history. We have the privilege of hearing from two exceptional women whose insights will enrich the exploration. Malti Ramchandran ji, a celebrated author of historical fiction with 5 novels to her name, including award-winning Mandu. A passionate storyteller, her works behind alive India's rich past, intertwining human emotions with historical events. Her other acclaimed novels include The Legends of Kuldhara, Begum Hazrat Mahal, The Wheel Turn in the Edge of All the Light. With a master's in mass communication, Ma'am's deep love for history and travel inspires her writing. She is currently working on her 6th novel, promising yet another masterpiece. Now, Dr. Neha Jain ma'am, an accomplished IAS officer currently serving as additional collector in Sihor, Madhya Pradesh, a multi-talented individual. She is a national medalist in gymnastics and holds a diploma in Bharatnatyam as well. A former dental surgeon, Dr. Jain graduated from Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi, and brings a diverse and unique perspective to today's discussion. When not serving in her official capacity, she enjoys reading and playing her ukulele, adding rhythm to her inspiring life. Together, these two extraordinary women will uncover the legends of Mandu, exploring the delicate interplay of history, culture, and human emotion that shaped this unforgettable tale. Please join me in welcoming ma'am on stage with a huge round of applause.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this literary session, where we celebrate not just the art of storytelling, but the power of history, and also the enduring tale of love and loss. We have today our author, who brings all these long-forgotten stories to life, painting rich landscapes with her words and reviving the echoes of the past for us, the modern readers. Malti Ramchandran ji, she's a distinguished author who does historical research, and she has perhaps what I thought as a naive reader, that she has an evocative storytelling. Today we discuss her novel, Mandu, the romance of Roopmati and Baz Bahadur, an endearing tale of love and loss, but also poetry and power. So, I invite you all to transport all of yourself to the 16th century, to the place of Mandu, where we see the story and we hear from the authors itself. Please join me in welcoming the brilliant Malati Ramachandran.
Thank you so much, Nehaji. But that was more than what I deserve, I'm sure. So please.
No, I think everybody will see it by the end of the session. So, Malati ji, writing historical fiction is not just about a love for history, but it's also about how much life you can breathe into that long-forgotten story, making them resonate with us. And your story, literally when I read the book, it transported me to the world of poetry and love and power. So the first time when I talked to her, she's based in Bangalore, and I thought that you're based in Bangalore, then why Mandu, and what was the thing in the story that captivated you and captured your attention and imagination so much that you wrote a book on it? And also broadly, why choose historical fiction as a genre?
Thank you. Firstly, thank you all of you for being here, for joining in with our discussion. So to answer the second part of your question first, I say that why historical fiction? The reason is that there is history and there's fiction. So where do these two meet? To me, history has always been a boring subject. I'll be very honest about it. I think most of us find it's just reams of facts and dates and, episodes and things that happened. So, and, invasions and all those things. So for us, history was always a boring subject. But I realized at some point that history is not just narration. There's something below those layers of narration that we have to look at, because there are people who lived in those times. There are people who emoted, who lived and who had relationships, who thought and ate and drank and did everything that we do today, but they did it in a different time period. And against the backdrop of those events of history of which we speak of now. For example, when we speak of Mandu, the story is set in 16th century, which is more than 500 years back. So how did people behave in those days? Are we only looking at the broader narratives of history as what is fed to us through history books? Or are we also going to look at the human factor of it? This has fascinated me for a long time, and I decided to find out. And as it is, we travel a lot all over the country and outside the country. In a year, we do 2 to 3 trips within the country. We discover little-known places, and we, go to historical sites, discover India's past. India's past is something that's always fascinated me. It's so rich, so checkered. So when we go there, we start talking about the place, we take photographs, and I talk to the guide. And usually, there will be some little story that comes out, which is very, very interesting, which history has not spoken about. So in this case, that's exactly what happened with Mandu. So when you ask me, Nehaji, why Mandu? I live in the south and Mandu is in the central India, and it's not a very well-known place. So I'll tell you why I chose Mandu. It's because as I said, we travel a lot, and we were doing this round of Maheshwar, Indore, and Ujjain. That was just a normal tourist round we were doing. And from Maheshwar, we were told that if you do a day trip to Mandu, the guide told us it'd be a good thing if you can go to Mandu and come back, it's worth it. So then I realized that I had heard about Rupmati and Baz Bahadur, and these names just sort of rang a bell. I said, yeah, it should be worth it, let's go and see. So we went to Mandu. It was the best experience of our life. This Mandavgarh city, firstly I'll explain to you what it is. It is on the banks of the Narmada. If you start climbing up, there's a plateau called the Malwa Plateau. When you go up to the plateau, there is a huge, very, very big fortress called Mandavgarh. It is also known as Mandu. And this was the pleasure capital of the sultans of Malwa. And when you go there, you realize it's almost like a city. It takes you 4 to 5 hours of walking just to understand what it is like. And you're walking not through the monuments, but also through the centuries. So you start off with 10th century structures, and then you slowly come and you see with the invasions, who came, who went, who did what, who built which monument, and then their stories. So we had a very good guide. And this guide told us everything, all the stories. And at the end of it, when we came to the we started from the north, and then we started walking down. We came to the southern part, and there is Baz Bahadur's palace. Fairly intact, not all the rooms, but the central portion of it is still there. It has a courtyard with a swimming pool and all. Then you have just above it, close to the wall, close to the fortress wall, there is a sort of barracks type of building, and that they call it as Rupmati's palace. And if you look up, there is a terrace, and that terrace comes and ends at the wall, at the fortification wall. So people just look at it and they say, Rupmati's palace, she lived here, Baz Bahadur lived here, and Rupmati lived here. But that's not true. That had another purpose, again linked to Rupmati. So all this, when he told me the whole story, and then he told me how their legend ended, how their story ended, it was quite fascinating. So I decided to come back to Bangalore, and then I started doing some research and found out that there's much more to the story. There's some historical facts linked to it, linked to the Mughal emperor in Agra. so when I realized all this was fairly well linked, so then we did another trip to Mandu and had another look, went through all the palaces, everything. And finally, my research was quite intense, and then I decided to write this. So that is how I came to write Mandu, though we live in Bangalore, but I write about other places, because my earlier books, one is set in Jaisalmer, the desert just outside Jaisalmer in Rajasthan, and yet another historical fiction is set in Lucknow. So in today's world, I think distance is not a problem. It's only that we have to have the interest to go and explore these places.
Wonderful, wonderful. So I think I have to thank your partner in crime for travel. Sir is clicking all your pictures, and also the guide who kept nudging you to see the palace. Yes. So see, when I read your book, I thought, Roopmati's love story, it's often framed just as romance. But when you actually look deeper into it, because we are both women, I think it's a very powerful narrative of agency, of choice. So she didn't immediately say yes to Baz. She was a poet and she was from a humble origin, as we derive, and she didn't immediately say yes. She had her own terms to Baz, that I'm going to live there, this is how I'm going to live, I have to see nature. So I think given the equation between the ruler king and the poet of humble origin, do you see Roopmati's acceptance of Baz Bahadur as a choice, or it was just a circumstantial decision?
See, in 16th century India, I mean, much more so than today. Today, of course, even today, women don't have agency. So in those days, women were practically at the mercy of men, and what they wanted to do, that's what the women did. But in Roopmati's case, it's very interesting because she comes out as a very rare feminist of the 16th century. That is one of the reasons why her character attracted me so much, because in spite of living in that time, when the Sultan, so I think I should just give you 2 lines of the storyline, because those of you who don't know it, you'll not know why I'm saying this. She's a peasant girl who lives on the banks of the Narmada, and the Sultan lives in Mandu, which is the fortress on the plateau. One day he comes down to do hunting in the forest, and he sees her on the banks, she's singing. Now she's an exponent of Hindustani classical, and so is he. He's an artist, he's a poet, he's all these things, and she also writes poetry. So, and she's an expert singer. So when he hears her singing Hindustani classical, he tells her, you have to come with me to my home and live with me in the fortress and become my personal musician. She says no. So nobody has ever said no to the Sultan. So he's very surprised. He says, how can you say that? She says, I will not come because I have a condition. In fact, my betrothal has been already done to the Raja of Chanderi. In the area of Chanderi, there's a young prince. I've already been, betrothed to him, but I refuse to get married to him. I will not marry anyone, because if I move from here, I will not be able to see my Ma Narmada every day. She said, I need to see my Narmada and sing by the banks of the Narmada. I cannot go anywhere. So she says, my condition is that unless you let me, if I come to Mandavgarh, you have to give me a glimpse of the Narmada every morning for my morning puja. He goes back, he thinks about it, and then he finds a solution to this. Then he comes back to take her. And she's shocked. She says, how are you going to show me Narmada up there? He says, you just come, I'll show you. And he fulfills her condition from there, from right on top. So he takes her there. Now that is her first show of feminism, where she says, I will not come unless you show me this. Second thing, she finds he's attracted to her. Even as they sing night after night in Mandu, she realizes he's attracted to her, and she doesn't want to take it forward at all. So he says he's also very good. He's a sensitive man because he's an artist himself. He's a singer, musician. So he tells her, until the day you yourself accept me, I will not force myself on you. So there again, that is her agency, where she says the day she is ready for him and she accepts him, that is the day she accepts him. So this is the second part of it, where she's able to show her feministic streak. So at every point in time, she takes decisions to run her own life as she wants to do it. And somehow it just falls into place, because the Sultan happens to be a good man and also a sensitive man, so he understands her hesitation and all these things. So this is one side of it. Then what was the further question on that?
I mean, that was about the agency, and ultimately, do you think it was her choice or it was just circumstance?
It was definitely her choice, because he leaves it in her court. He says, now, whenever you are ready for me, you tell me. So the day she is ready for him, she accepts him as her lover and also as her future husband. She does that. So she has exercised her agency even in the time of 16th century, which was a very long time back, more than 500 years back. Even today, a woman may not have that kind of control over her life that she managed to have in her time. So I think that was an amazing thing that I found about her character.
I'm sure feminists, today would be quite, happy that in the country we had feminists.
In those days.
Both were feminist in that sense, that she exercised her choice, and the man himself, he also
was a feminist. He was a feminist too for her.
Yes. Now, taking the story forward, I think this would be a good question, because you've told the story a bit. So when I read that book, of course, when you read the title, you know that it's a love story between Roopmati and Baz Bahadur. But Heba, that character is very complex and interesting character. While Roopmati and Baz Bahadur, their love story is grand and poetic in the entire book. But Heba, she operates in shadows. She is bounded by court politics and hierarchy and survival. Roopmati she's asserting her choices throughout the book, but Heba kind of navigates power in a very different way.
Correct.
She's very subtle, but not less significant. So must I add here that when I first talked to Malati ji, when I read her book, I said, Heba is my favorite character. Like, I know these are two of your protagonists, but what a complex character it is and how beautifully you've written about the character. So just throw some light on what was Heba about?
Okay, so Heba is actually in the story, she is the Sultana. She is the young Begum of Baz Bahadur, and she is a very frustrated and not a happy woman at all. She's young, and they got married when they were very, very young in the story, as I say it. And the thing is that she has always been very needy. She was always needy for his attention. She was always very immature. She had all kinds of jealousies and all those things because Baz was never hers. The reason was Baz found that she was not interested in his interests. His interests were music and art and other things, and she had absolutely no interest. She was a very vacant sort of a person. So she found that he was not interested in her. He would not even come to her palace very often. So she became a bitter, jealous, resentful young woman. And we start with Heba at a point of great disadvantage. She starts at a very weak point in the story. By the end of the story, she has taken her life into her own hands, and she's a very happy woman. She matures, she loses all the anger, she loses all the jealousies, and how this happens is during the course of the story. So what attracted me to the character of Heba and what was my inspiration was the fact that Heba is every woman. Heba is actually every woman, whether it is in today's time and those days, or whether it is of a higher class or a lower class, economically better background, whatever it is, a woman may be privileged, she may be entitled, she may have everything, but unless she has that inner strength, unless she is empowered from within, she is never going to be happy. And that stands true for today's women also. Unless you are empowered from within, there is no point having everything in life. You'll still end up feeling extremely frustrated and resentful. So this was my inspiration, that she is all of us, every one of us, and we have to really learn from her to know that. I would like to just read a line here which shows how she was before and then how she became later.
Yeah, that you have to share. I mean, you told that a lot of it was your imagination as well.
Yeah. So Heba's character is actually a fictitious one. I had to work with very little because Baz and Roopmati are the only two characters who are there in history. There is nothing else, not even a single other character except Akbar and Adam Khan in Agra. That's it. There was nothing else. So I had to create certain characters to take my plot forward. And my plot had to move forward to the point because I stay factually true to history. So wherever the story actually ended, I had to take the plot to that point. But I did it with the help of all these characters, they brought they converged the plot into that same point which history talks about. I just have to tell you this, a line or two. Heba,
mic closer.
Yeah. Heba always wished other men could see her. She was very insecure about her looks, though she was good looking. She sometimes wished other men could see her because she wore a burqa, so that she could gauge from their reaction just what Baz found wanting in her. And maybe, she thought, they would find me attractive, turn to look at me as I pass, maybe even whistle softly under the breath. Then I would feel beautiful. Oh, how I wish for that quiet inner confidence that comes with physical beauty, the confidence that I need to win Bas over again. So her problem is that she really thought what was important was to win Baz back. Towards the end of the book, she says, I don't need Baz. I don't need a man in my life. I'm complete in myself. I don't need a man. To be complete, I don't need a man. That's what she says. So that is how she progresses from a weak point to a strong point by finding her own inner strength and empowering herself from within.
And probably just, tiptoeing through whatever circumstances destiny has written for her.
Yes.
One more thing, and throughout the book, I find that nature was not just a backdrop. It was actually a breathing, living, third protagonist in the book. And did you consciously craft nature as a third, silent, yet a very powerful character in your novel? Because nature actually influenced the love story of Roopmati and Baz Bahadur as well. And of course, the beautiful Mandu that you show through your novel. I think perhaps if you can just speak to us from the book as well.
Okay, so any of you ever go to Mandu, please make sure you go in the monsoon time, because Mandu has got beauty of its own during the monsoons.
Yes.
And you've been there? Okay. So I just want to answer your question before I read anything. You said that was it a conscious decision to make nature as a third protagonist in the novel? Yes, it was a conscious decision for two reasons. The first reason is that, when you build up a description of nature, exactly what, that you can hear the birds, you can see this, you can smell this, you can see the bright colors, whatever you see and hear and smell, those actually bring the place alive for you. Because 500 years back, none of us could even imagine what it must have been like. So as a writer, I have to bring it alive for you. And they lived in the most beautiful place in this fortress city. And because of that, I had to bring that alive for my reader. So I decided that every scene, I would give a background of the nature, what exactly was happening, how the dusk fell, how it looked in the water, how the lights came on, what all happened. Every single thing has been shown, how the shower of flowers, when the trees shake in the breeze after a monsoon shower, how the flowers fall after that. Every single thing has been described. That is one part of it. Second part, I decided to personify nature, humanize nature to some extent, so that you feel it like a third. You very correctly put it as a third protagonist. So I'll just read this first, the prologue or the introductory paragraph, in which we start off with monsoon, with Mandu in the monsoon time. I'll just read this. When the rains come to Malwa, it is as if the slopes and valleys and the river begin decking themselves up for wedding festivities. The hills preen in their green satin skirts and lilac chiffon veils that float around their peaks. The valleys choose their trinkets from the colorful gems strewn all over the meadows, reds and golds and greens and mauves. The forests cluster together like maidens huddling to gossip, their whispers lost in the clamor of calling birds and rustling breezes. And the Narmada, the sensuous, captivating river of the plains, she needs no adornment, but she will not listen, for she knows she will always be the bride, no matter who her suitor. She sweeps gracefully down from the east, her curves so innocuous and yet so voluptuous, her rapids so smooth and their sounds so melodious. And as the raindrops begin to fall on her waters, they turn into 1,000,000 tiny diamonds falling into necklaces of pearls. And she, vain as the next woman, is happy at last. Similarly, in the end, the epilogue, the last, after the story is over, I just wanted to sum it up as and show today's Mandu what it's like. So Vasant Ritu has become a person now. When Vasant Ritu comes to Malwa, they say the river brings new life to her valley. The meadows and forests burst with such vibrant colors that Holi, the festival of spring, steps back quietly and is tempted to steal away. But up in the plateau in Mandu, where the month of Falgun was once welcomed with the spraying of colors and the playing of pranks, the swirling of skirts and the clapping of hands, now they say in Mandu, the goddess of spring tiptoes quietly from mahal to mahal, looking for something, for someone, in vain. For the monuments lie in darkness, harrowed by sorrow and stained by pain, the extant tombs of another era. But wait, hark! Is that a snatch of a distant song on the air? Or is it only the moaning of winds in the ravines of Malwa? Who knows? So that was the ending of it.
In fact, I think on lunch, because we met today on lunch, we had discussed and we had underlined the exact paras on nature. And I said that, let us discuss. And I thought that who better than her to read those paras, and beautiful. I mean, that's beautiful, beautiful. When we talk about this, when we read through the book, of course, the love story in Mandu is not unfolding in vacuum, but it is under the looming threat of a Mughal invasion. A force that ultimately disrupts the idyllic world of Roopmati and Baz Bahadur. And it always happens, in the time of test, in the time of such upheaval, love is tested, love is shaped, and it's in fact redefined for the history to come. How does this invasion, which was actually looming over Mandu, affect their love story? How did it shape their love story, and what is those instances where their love story is defined so much so that today we are discussing their love story?
I'll just tell you a little bit about what happens to Mandu and vis-a-vis the Mughal Empire. So news of Roopmati's beauty and talent reaches the court of Akbar in Agra. This is actual history. And he sends word for her to be brought there because he's collecting his 9 jewels of the court. He wants to have the best of Indian art in his court. So he sends word that she must be sent immediately. And of course, Baz is extremely angry. He's beside himself with anger because he cannot think of even letting her sing in the court. Now she's his personal musician. She sings only for him. And when they say that she has to be sent to Agra immediately, he says, no way, and he throws this messenger of Akbar out of Mandu. So then Akbar's army comes to invade Mandu. So to take away Roopmati. So at this point, I'll not tell you what exactly happens after that, because that much I must leave it to you if you want to read it. But your question is, how does it affect their love story? So till now, their story was going very smoothly. They both were in love and he was planning to get married to her. It doesn't matter that Hiba was already his wife. I mean, to them, to the sultans, it really did not matter. He was anyway planning to marry her. And at that point, he comes to know that Akbar's army is advancing. So it puts a strain on their relationship. So she is the stronger one. And she tells him, you cannot neglect your kingdom. You cannot neglect. He says, just open the treasury and let people take. Let my army come and take the money. Let them take for the animals, for the horses and elephants, and just take. But the treasury is empty. So everybody is in his council of ministers are very, very angry. Things are in a turmoil inside, internally. And she tells him, no, you have to. And they're having a very idyllic sort of a time together in Baz Bahadur's palace at that point in time. And she just leaves without telling him while he's still in council. She just gets into her palanquin and she leaves. And this is to the south, as I said, of Mandu, and her palace is right to the north. She just leaves and she doesn't come back. And in fact, that is the point at which their story almost ends at that point, because after she goes, now the war preparations start. So it puts a tremendous strain on their relationship, but she being the strong one, as I said, she doesn't give in saying that, so what, we'll just continue with our idyllic days. She says, no, you have to look after your kingdom, you have to look after Mandu, I'm going now. And she goes back to her palace. So this is what happens, and I think to that extent, she again exercises her agency. She shows that I know what I'm doing, and I'm not going to just let, romance cannot, sort of do what it cannot override what are your duties to the kingdom. So that's why she does that.
Now, when we talk about any historical fiction, I think it's always a great time to delve into the author's mind about the historical fiction. And I want to read from what you've written in the book, as in your quote. It says, "The epiphany in writing historical fiction is in knowing that human thoughts, feelings, emotions never change. No matter how many centuries pass, love and loss are the same." So when you write about historical fiction, how do you navigate this fine balance of fact and imagination? Because your story is also rooted in the historical fact, but it is also dancing in the imagination of the author. So how do you balance that as an author, and what are the liberties that you take?
Okay. So I have heard that historians have a concern that, historical fiction is going to play around with facts and sort of merge them and take liberties. They think that we'll take liberties with facts. So I'm very, very clear that historical facts will not be meddled with. They will never change. So the basic framework of history remains as it is. Not a single thing, not a date will change, not a character will change, and not an event that has actually happened and recorded will change. Now, in between these, there are a lot of gaps. So what do? I bring my imagination into it. And I create characters to complement these main characters of history. I bring in incidents, I bring in sort of, things that happen, and then I bring in, firstly, characters, dialogues, relationships between the characters. All this is brought in by me. So I would like to put it like this, I think of it like a fabric. My novel is a fabric. We have the warp and the weft. If the warp is the historical facts and the weft is my imaginative storyline, they blend together, they mesh together to form the final fabric, which is the story, which is the novel. And at no point will you ever be able to tell what is true and what is not true. So that is the way in which I present it, but at no point can any historian turn around and say, this didn't happen. Whatever is recorded does happen in my books. So that is how I sort of reconciliate these two.
Great. Now, since I'm going to ask my last question and then we'll open it to the audience. And I think we already have a question from the audience. Yeah. Okay, can please somebody give her the mic? Thank you, dear. There. Thank you.
Most fascinating. Thank you. I'm going to definitely read the book. But I have a question. You have kept very true to history. That's what you said. Why did you feel the need to create a complex character like Hiba?
Okay, so that's a nice question. And well, I would say that Hiba's character was to bring another depth into the story. It was to bring another layer. See, a novel is not just a single linear, it's not linear, right? There's so many complexities, there are layers to every part of the story. So unless I bring in somebody who's also found her own voice, who's also found herself, I want to show the empowerment that carried on. But as you said, she's not important to the plot. But in one way she is. So I'll tell you, because I cannot reveal the plot, she has a mother. She has a mother, Jana Begum, again created by me, who makes this happen from Akbar's court. She has her connections in Akbar's court, and she passes word to Akbar's court because she wants to save her daughter's marriage. So she sends word to Akbar's court, and then from there, the army comes because they come to know about her beauty and talent from this message that she sends. In a very special way, she sends a message, which is not the usual thing. And Hiba, who was at the mercy of her mother and her mercy of her circumstances, she has managed to say, at the end of the story, she tells her mother, why did you do that? I had just found myself. I had found a new life, and you ruined everything for me because now I'm empowered. I know what I want in life. I don't need this man. And you for the sake of this sultan, you did all this. I don't want him. I don't want him anymore. So that is how it links up with Hiba's story. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah? Yeah, please. On the first row, thank you.
See, I come from a hardcore archaeological background. So, mixing archaeology, history, and fiction, of course, fiction kind of infiltrates into the minds of the people much better than hardcore archaeology.
Absolutely.
Where you start narrating. I can ask you many questions. Where is the inscription? How do we know Bahadur was there? Or, you know.
Absolutely.
And there is a full archaeology happening there. There's a pathway. Even the swimming pool that you mentioned is the Udgam of river, and then so many complexities. Even at there are these canals and water systems.
You have this
and all
Persian
that.
wheel taking the water up from Riva Kund.
And there are pipelines going up and down, etc., etc. So for me, it is a very slippery path to begin where you bring in fiction into a historical thing. But anyway, it adds to the romance of Mandu, and why not? Because, you know, in monsoon, there are these deep gorges of the plateau. And the mist kind of rises from below, and it creates a completely ethereal
look
to the whole place. And the horizon, it's never
It's
ending.
really
You can
beautiful,
actually just
The ravines on the north and west of the fort are there.
So there are these deep gorges. I just want to, I mean, there's no question, but it was only my point of view. But there is a recipe book. You know, the Mardu Sultans, not Bad Bahadur, but Ghiyasuddin.
Earlier ones, Ghiyasuddin.
Ghiyasuddin, he abdicated his throne and he went to Mandu, and there he wrote a recipe book, which is illustrated recipe book called Nimat Nama. And absolutely fascinating because it talks about how is he making samosas and how he's making sharbat, and he just spends his lifetime there. And at some point, this recipe book kind of traveled to Tipu Sultan's place, and then, sorry, not Tipu Sultan, Hyder Ali. It features Hyder Ali and Mysore. And then it finally went to the British Museum, where they translated this Persian into this. And it would have been really added a lot of dimension to whatever you're saying as to what kind of food they were eating.
True.
It is illustrated, so you can see the dresses they are wearing.
That's very interesting, yeah.
Absolutely. Just to mention it.
Yes.
Thank you. But I think it was a great, historical novels can be a great genre. Thank you.
In fact, I'd like to add that when I write historical fiction, it is actually the third thread of history as far as I'm concerned. First is the actual narration of history, which we find in textbooks. The second is the folklore. So folklore, again, is a very, it's not a normal, it's not an accepted scientific source, but folklore carries a lot of information. It shows the moral compass of those times. It shows the culture of those times, the moral compass of those times. So folklore is also an important thing to add to our, sort of database. I'm picking up a lot of information from that. So, and the third is the historical fiction genre, because history may be very straightforward, folklore is very broad strokes, and finally we have historical fiction, where I can treat the emotions and the relationships of people with a fine brush. So for me, this becomes it percolates down from these two sources. I get facts from from history. I get a lot of information from the folklore, the customs and the times. And then create my characters and build. So this is more or less the third thread of history that I feel exists.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, so I think we can ask the last question to the audience. What we wanted to ask was that when we read historical fiction, I can see some young people here as well. Do you think it is a good way to understand the Indian history? Or perhaps a better way can be devised than storytelling? Anybody who would answer on this question? हाँ बिल्कुल अच्छा कि जब हम किसी भी तरह के इतिहास को पढ़ते हैं, हिंदी साहित्य को पढ़ते हैं, तो क्या उसको स्टोरी में बताना, किसी कहानी में बताना क्या ज़्यादा आसान है, क्या ज़्यादा अच्छा है भारत के इतिहास को पढ़ने के लिए? तो ये एक सवाल है, इसमें मतलब I've translated this. So anybody who would like to answer this question? I think there's a raise of hand.
हेलो मैम मैम आई ऑल्सो लाइक रीडिंग नॉवेल्स एंड जैसे कि आजकल यंगस्टर्स को हम देखते हैं तो वो उनको हिस्ट्री पढ़ना बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं आता, लेकिन जैसे ही अगर हम हिस्ट्री को स्टोरी टेलिंग या फिक्शनल से जोड़ लें तो वो लोग पढ़ना ही पसंद करते हैं और समझना और भी ज़्यादा पसंद करते हैं. एंड इट्स अ वेरी ईजी वे टू अंडरस्टैंड समथिंग. It's my opinion.
Yeah, and hopefully, I mean, that's a very nice answer.
Very, very good.
Because I feel that that's one way to sort of sugarcoat the pill, give historical facts to our younger generation in a way that they understand and enjoy. Because through emotions of people is the best way to read and understand any time situation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. You can come in the front and take your prize. It's a book, Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie. You can take it from the speakers. Can we have a big round of applause for her? Thank you, thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for our amazing speakers of the session?
I think let us just end it in this. Because see, it's a book on poetry. I mean, you'll see Roopmati's poems in the book as well. So I think I'm interrupting you, but I'll take a minute to just end it in this poem. Long after thy pavilions crumble down, when age forgotten Mandu's dying fame, when Riva's godhead desecrate departs, still shall thy songs be sung by sage and clown, and green as Malwa's monsoon hills, thy name live on children's tongues and their hearts. Even when empires fade and palaces turn down to dust, stories like Roopmati and Baz Bahadur shall endure the test of time. Thank you so much for engaging in our session. Thank you, Malti ji, the wonderful book and the wonderful session.
Thank you all for being here with us and joining the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Today's session has transported us to the enchanting tale of Roopmati and Baz Bahadur unfolded against the backdrop of history. Malti Ramcharan ji, your vivid storytelling and profound understanding of the history have not only rekindled this legacy of romance but also underscored the importance of preserving our culture heritage. Your words have reminded us of the power of stories and how important it is to connect to our past. And of course, wonderful, sweet Dr. Neha Jain ji, your thoughtful moderation and unique perspective have enriched this dialogue, illuminating the relevance of the tale in today's context. Your versatility and dedication to every field are truly touching and inspiring, and thank you so much for this amazing session. Ma'am, the way you were speaking, we were truly transported to the past, and we could, see and feel the smell of the castles and everything. And the concepts that you touched, like at that time also, in 16th century, the concepts of feminism were there, and the modern concepts. So thank you so much for this enlightening discussion. Now, as we conclude this deeply enriching session, I would like to request Abhilash Khandekar ji, a founder member of the society, to please come up on the stage and present our esteemed speakers with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Can we give them a huge round of applause? The painting that you see here, Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Baiji has created this artwork for BLF 2025, depicting the connection between nature, earth and the human being and environment, and the circularity inherent and imperative to our existence. Thank you once again to our incredible speakers. Thank you for sharing your wisdom and creativity. And of course, thank you to our wonderful, wonderful audience. And let us carry the magic of Mandu's legend and the inspiration from today's speakers as we continue to explore the wonders of Bhopal Literature Festival 2025. I'll see you all in the next session. Thank you so much. I would request everyone to kindly settle down as we are about to begin with the next session. Excuse me everyone. I would request you all to please settle down. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I would request all of you to please settle down as we are about to begin with the next session. And please put your phones on silent mode. An exuberant afternoon to one and all present here. It is my absolute privilege to welcome you all to this captivating session titled Art and Craft of Healing Stories. Today we explore the transformative power of storytelling, how it serves as a vessel for healing and a means for self-discovery, and a bridge to shared humanity. Stories have an unparalleled ability to soothe, inspire, and help us through the process of grief and celebrate triumphs and victories and find solace in life's complexities. In this session, we'll delve into how the act of crafting and sharing stories becomes a profound journey of healing, not only for the storyteller but also for all of us listeners. We are delighted to present the remarkable individual who brings unmatched expertise and passion for today's discussion. Jyoti Pandey, a distinguished psychologist, transformational coach and renowned storyteller, celebrated for her ability to heal and rejuvenate through the power of narratives. With over 3 decades of experience, she has transformed countless lives by helping individuals rewrite their personal stories and embark on the journeys of healing and of self-discovery. Blending psychology and storytelling, Jyoti ji has revolutionized the landscape of incorporating and narratives into her practice. Her expertise and innovation have earned her recognition as one of the 50 most innovative storytellers in India at the World Storytelling Congress. Her work extends beyond individual healing. As the wife of an army officer, she has positively impacted over 30,000 families. We are glad to have you here with us, ma'am. Joining her in this thought-provoking dialogue is the equally remarkable individual, Yogita Bansal Ahuja ji, who is a founder-director of Story Circle EduSarthi India Private Limited, a specialized storytelling-based skilling and training venture aimed at training and mentoring professionals and women homemakers. She is an Action for India Fellow, and her startup has been mentored by Stanford Seed Spark South Asia and IIM Bangalore. Through her startup, she has already enabled more than 300 women across India to become education entrepreneurs. A two-time TEDx speaker and a storyteller coach, a startup founder, an anchor, educationalist, a leadership development consultant, Yogita ji has skilled more than 7,000 corporate professionals, 10,000 teachers, and touched countless lives of students through her work and passion. We are glad to have you with us, ma'am. Can we give them a huge round of applause? Now, without any further ado, let us embark on this inspiring journey of healing through stories guided by our amazing, amazing speakers.
Okay, works. Good evening, everyone. Namaste. And welcome, Jyoti ji. I think it is a very, very heartfelt and a wonderful moment. Such a beautiful and honor to have you here and have this conversation like this in a very formal setting. You know what, they say that you could be your authentic self with your friends. And what better way to have a conversation today, an authentic conversation, dil se dil tak. That is the endeavor. And as we start, I think I'd like, since we are a handful of us here, something that's coming to my mind is this. If you feel motivated, you could join in. Otherwise, just be a pleasant listener. जिंदगी है सरगम बजने दे साजों की धुन जिंदगी है सरगम बजने दे साजों की धुन हर एक पल यहाँ उम्मीद की है किरण You may have heard a song, right? I sang, you heard it. But what if I tell you, you just told yourself a story in 4 lines? A story of hope, a story of happiness, a story filled with life. And they say, हम वो कहानियाँ बन जाते हैं, खुद बन जाते हैं, जो कहानी हम खुद से रोज कहते हैं. We become the stories that we tell ourselves. And stories can hurt us, our stories can heal us. And today, I'm very, very proud and honored and humbled at the same time to have this conversation with not just a friend, but an amazing storyteller, and especially somebody who's made it her life mission to talk about the art and craft of healing stories. Thank you for being here, and thank you for having this conversation with me.
Thank you, Yogita, and welcome to Bhopal. I should be welcoming her. She has come all the way from Ahmedabad, and we are meeting after a long, long time. She's a fellow storyteller, and we keep seeing each other's work in the social media, and once in a while send a WhatsApp message to each other how you are doing. And such a pleasure to be in conversation with somebody who really understands stories from the core.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, since the session is, let me just get started and take you into the world of healing stories. So, Jyoti ji, since we are on the topic of the art and craft of healing stories, I'm sure many of us may be wondering, what exactly is a healing story according to you? And what makes it a powerful tool in your eyes? Maybe for transformation, for healing, and for so many other purposes.
Honestly, I feel every story is healing. If you ask me, if you listen to a story, it touches your heart, it goes deep down into the subconscious, and it heals you. Are you in a mood, before I tell what a healing story is, would you like to understand what a story is through a story? I think that would be nice. बहुत समय पहले की बात है जब सूरज, चांद, तारे और हवा बने ही थे. सच कपड़े पहने हुए, फटे से कपड़े, पैर में चप्पल, बड़ी हुई दाढ़ी, एक जगह से दूसरी जगह ढूंढता जा रहा था, एक आश्रय की तलाश में, घर की तलाश में। कहीं भी जाता, लोग दरवाजा खोलते, सच को देखते और दरवाजा बंद कर देते। सच को कौन अंदर आने देता? सच थक गया था, हताश हो गया था, निराश हो गया था। उसने जान लेने की सोची। बचा ही क्या था जिंदगी में जब आपको कोई प्यार ही ना करे? उसने तय कर लिया था कि अब वो इस जिंदगी में नहीं रहेगा, इस दुनिया में नहीं रहेगा। और जिस दिन उसने तय किया, वो आखिरी गांव में पहुंचा ही था, उसने देखा कि सड़क के बीचों बीच लोग इकट्ठे हैं, बच्चे, बूढ़े, बड़े, जवान, और एक सुंदर सी लड़की, लंबे गले, काने बाल, मोटी मोटी आंखें, कजरारी। उसने जो कपड़े पहने थे उसमें बहुत सारे रंग थे, लाल, पीले, नीले, हरे, गुलाबी, सुनहरे, चमकीले, और सारे उसे छूना चाहते थे, उसे देख रहे थे, उसके पास से हटना ही नहीं चाहते थे। सच की आंखों में आंसू आ गए। कितना प्यार करते हैं सब इसे। और मुझे देखो, मैं जहां जाता हूं दरवाजा बंद कर देते हैं। अब भला सच को कौन अंदर आने देता है? जब सब चले गए, रात गहरी हो गई, बच्चों की आंखों में नींद भर गई, तो माएं उन्हें घर की तरफ खींच कर ले गईं, और बूढ़े थक गए थे और जवान भी अब सोने की तैयारी में थे। जब सब चले गए और वो लड़की अकेली खड़ी थी, तो सच धीरे से उसके पास पहुंचा और पूछा, कौन हो तुम? कितना प्यार करते हैं लोग तुम्हें। वो मुस्कुराई, हंसी। पहले तुम बताओ, तुम कौन हो? मैं तो सच हूं। उसने हंस के कहा, हाँ, नंगा सच, कौन पसंद करता है सच को? मैं कहानी हूं, लोग मुझे बहुत प्यार करते हैं। सच की आंखों में आंसू आ गए, तो क्या अब मेरी कोई जगह नहीं? कहानी ने उसका हाथ पकड़ा, उसे घर ले गई, उसे गरम खाना खिलाया, उसे गरम पानी दिया नहाने को। अब सच को थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा था। उसने सच को एक सारे रंगों से भरा चोंगा दिया, जिसमें लाल, पीले, नीले, हरे, गुलाबी सारे रंग थे, और उसका हाथ पकड़ा और कहा, अब तुम अकेले नहीं हो, जहां जहां मैं जाऊंगी वहां वहां तुम मेरे साथ चलोगे। कहते हैं उस दिन से सच और कहानी साथ साथ चलते हैं। तो आप सबको भी लगता है ना कि हर कहानी में कुछ न कुछ सच जरूर होता है, और चूंकि कहानी में सच होता है, इसीलिए वो हमारे दिल तक पहुंच जाती हैं। तो हीलिंग स्टोरीज वो हैं जिन्हें सुनकर हम एक आशा, एक उम्मीद, एक होप, एक सेंस ऑफ एम्पावरमेंट, एक ग्रोथ महसूस करें। तो इस हिसाब से तो कहानियां ये काम करती ही हैं। लेकिन इन पर्टिकुलर हीलिंग स्टोरीज एक एज ग्रुप देखकर या एक ऑडियंस देखकर, उनके पेन पॉइंट्स जो होते हैं, उनके दुख दर्द को समझकर जब कोई कहानी सुनाई जाती है जो उन्हें छू जाए और उन्हें ट्रांसफॉर्म होने में मदद करे, उनके अंदर तक चली जाए, उसको हीलिंग स्टोरीज कहते हैं। सिंपल से वर्ड्स में।
So beautiful. That's the story of the truth and the story together, being the best friends. Lovely. तो चलिए, हमने ये जाना कि हीलिंग स्टोरी क्या है, और उससे स्टोरी का हमारी जिंदगी में, हमारे सच में क्या महत्व है। अब थोड़ी बात करते हैं आपकी, ज्योति जी, कहानीकार की, राइट? कि आपकी जर्नी थोड़ी सी आप हमें बताएं। व्हाट हैज बीन योर जर्नी? हाउ डिड यू आई थिंक आई डू नो दैट you've been a psychologist, and how did you move or transform your psychology practice into a psychological storytelling practice, if I may put it that way?
देखिए, साइकोलॉजिस्ट क्या काम करता है? लोगों की जो लिमिटिंग बिलीफ्स होती हैं, जो उनको आगे बढ़ने नहीं देती हैं, जो अपने बारे में कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें सोचते हैं, देयर बिलीफ्स विच काइंड ऑफ become a roadblock in their growth. So a psychologist listens to them and then probably help them find out their strengths with which they can move forward in life. Psychologists generally don't give any suggestions. They might just ask them to explore their life in totality. And as a storyteller भी तो काम वही कर रहे हैं हम. We are understanding the pain points of the, especially as a healing storyteller. Like I'll give you an example. Let's talk about women folk in particular, because I work a lot with women and I facilitate transformational retreats for them. तो अब सदियों से देखा गया है कि जो women folk हैं, जो उनकी आवाज है वो दबा दी गई है. अभी now we have started speaking, but still there is a majority of women folk who do not speak a lot. Now, if I have to transform them through storytelling, I need to have a story जहाँ not very overtly, I wouldn't say कि there is a, what should I say, dictate कि ऐसा करो, but in a very subtle way, there is a message what happens when you start speaking. So a very small story that comes to my mind is, there was a woman, बच्चे बड़े हो गए थे, उसके बेटों की शादियां हो गई थी, हस्बैंड की डेथ हो गई थी, अकेली रहती थी. अब उसके पास समय ही समय था, पर किसी के पास उसके लिए समय नहीं था. बेटे ऑफिस चले जाते, ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन उनको वो बताना चाहती थी अपने बचपन की बातें कि वो कैसे खेलती थी, वो क्या करती थी, पर किसी के पास समय ही नहीं था. वो फूलती जा रही थी और उसे समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि क्या हो रहा है. उसका बदन दिन पे दिन फूलता जा रहा था, किसी के पास समय नहीं था. क्या करती? अंदर ही अंदर दुख भरा था. एक दिन उसने सोचा कि जब मेरे पास किसी के लिए वक्त ही नहीं है तो मैं घर छोड़ ही देती हूँ. उसने अपने एक थैले में कुछ सामान भरा और घर छोड़कर चल दी. जब गांव के बाहर पहुंची तो एक खंडहर था. उसकी कुछ दीवारें इंटैक्ट थी और कुछ टूटी हुई सी थी. तो वो दीवार के पास जाकर खड़ी हुई और उसने अपने बचपन की कहानी, अपने पति के संग बिताए हुए लम्हों की कहानी, वो क्या बनाती थी, वो कैसे करती थी, सब धीरे धीरे कहकर बोलना शुरू किया. और दीवारें खड़ खड़ गिरने लगी. उसे बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ. वो दूसरी दीवार के पास गई, कुछ और बातें बताई, वो दीवार भी गिर गई. जब मिस्त्री आया तो उसने देखा कि अरे, मैं तो ये दीवार गिराने की कब से कोशिश कर रहा हूं और आपने कुछ कहा और दीवार गिर गई. Now this is a story I would tell. Now what is the metaphor? The metaphor is you create a wall when you don't speak. So for a woman to speak, and after that, that woman felt so light, as if everything has moved out of her body. And she was floating in the air and she went back and everybody said, "Arey, क्या हुआ? आप इतनी पतली कैसे हो गई?" So you carry the weight of untold stories within you. So that is a kind of healing story which I would tell.
So for all of us who are struggling with weight issues, apart from healing, please know that. Start telling stories.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that's I would have actually asked you that question, that, the role of a metaphor in healing people, with healing stories, but you've already given me that, response. So let me ask you that, you mentioned about the retreat as well. You work with women, you work in, help them take into retreats and all. But is it so easy to just open up? How do you create, I may have so many, I may look very happy, very successful, but when I walk into a space where there are a lot of strangers around and somebody asks me, "Okay, go tell me your story about yourself," it is not easy for me to become vulnerable. How do I tell you what's going on inside me? How do I tell you about my bottled up emotions? So how do you ensure that whoever you work with, whoever comes to you to get healed through storytelling, how do you ensure that you're able to create a safe space for them to have this dialogue with you?
What an amazing question, Yogita. Yes, I am often asked this question. And creating a safe space, having been a trained psychologist, here helps me in creating a safe space. And a safe space is created when you listen to a person in a non-judgmental way. And having been a psychologist, I have been trained extensively in terms of my body language, and also we call it, self-disclosure. When I disclose something about myself, which could be a shaming thing, like looking at me, people don't feel I ever have fights with my husband. Trust me, I have loads. And the moment I tell, in the women retreats that I have gone through challenges in relationship with my husband, with my parents, they feel I'm one of them. They can connect very well. So self-disclosure and listening to them non-judgmentally. Apart from them, I have been trained in movement therapy, I have been trained in art therapy. So movement helps you a lot to kind of feel you're comfortable in your skin. So my any retreat begins with dance movements where you let go, because mind and body are interrelated. So when you loosen up your body, that's no wonder we feel so happy after doing the snake dance in a shadi, So that is the whole idea. One of the ways is this, and listening. Deep listening is an art which as a storytellers also we are trained, and as a psychologist. So that is it.
Thank you. That's so beautifully answered. So I'm just going to take this a little, further. Imagine you've created a safe space. You've enabled people to talk about their bottled up emotions. And now let's say people have started talking and they started sharing stories. Have you ever had an instance where this conversation has actually brought around unexpected emotions to the fore? And then how did you handle those?
Many, many times. Trust me, Yogita, there hasn't been a retreat where women have not gone back crying. And we, in our language, say crying is healing. So when you can cry out, crying is healing and crying is clearing. It's a very natural emotion which we look it as weakness and we keep it suppressed. कि रोना नहीं है किसी के सामने, रोना नहीं है किसी के सामने. बिल्कुल, I never ever tell anybody. I said रो लो, खूब जोर जोर से रो लो. And a woman, when she listens to the story of other women and feel that we all have similar kind of issues in relationship, with children, with parents, then there is, a lot of crying happens. And I'll tell you about a session. We did something, we did an activity. It was writing about letting go of the things, and there was a woman who wrote, and then they were supposed to tear it or burn it, and she said, I can't do it. She was crying. I said, just try. You can't force. And she was crying bitterly. She says, I want to let go of my guilt that I don't feel like going and visiting my father who is ailing. And that is what I have written. And I do not know whether he would live or not. So I can't let go of that. There was so much of guilt inside her. She did not want to go because she wanted to prioritize her children over her ailing father. And then it became a guilt. And she cried and she was hysterical. But after that, she wrote that letting go, I let go of my guilt that I'm not going to, that I have not been able to go and look at my father. And she felt so much lighter. And she hugged me, and after a few days, she said, I told my mother that I'm unable to come, and I don't feel guilty about it. So that is the power, you know. And being a psychologist, again I say, कि घाव खोलना सबको आता है, लेकिन सिलना हर किसी को नहीं आता है. So there are a lot of things happening, you know, people call themselves healer, and I have nothing against them. But I strictly feel कि आप घाव को तभी खोलिए जब आप सिल सकते हैं.
Exactly.
You have the tools and techniques.
You have the tools, techniques, and I think if I could add also the patience.
Patience.
Because, you know, they say catharsis shuru to kar liya. Lekin ab, now when the volcano is erupting, lot of healers actually just turn around and want to now shut off and move to the next thing.
Because they do not know how to handle.
Absolutely.
So, you know, as that is, I think my forte is that, because as a psychologist, I'm trained in all kind of therapies. If that would have not worked, I would know, okay, I can do CBT with her, or I can do REBT with her. So I'm confident of that.
Sure.
Okay, I can sew it up, is the thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. What a wonderful response to that question. I'd like to ask from you that what are, you know, now, you know, you're progressing with healing through the storytelling, the act of telling stories and the act of listening to people's story, because it's a you know, mutual conversation and the dialogue. How do you identify, okay, now the therapeutic process is working? How do you figure out that, oh yeah, I am having success with this group or this person?
So, Yogita, honestly, it's not like a paracetamol. So, I wouldn't say, you know, ki everything is great. During 3 days of my retreat, people just go back transformed. But I have put that seed of healing in them. They are supposed to take certain actions. We all understand. Doctor कितनी भी दवाई दे दे और अगर आपने दवाई खाई नहीं है, आपने जो करने को कहा है वो किया ही नहीं है, तो healing तो होगी नहीं.
True.
You know, so stories work as a healing process along with other things. But if it is a simple thing, like I was just talking to her, मैंने एक कहानी सुनी थी, hurt people. जो खुद hurt होते हैं, वो दूसरों को hurt करते हैं. And after that day, if anybody talks to me rudely, you know, ये क्या कर लिया, ऐसे कर लिया, so the first thought is, it's not about me, it's about that person. Hurt people. And वो यहीं कहीं धस गई है मेरे दिमाग में. तो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि कोई छोटी सी चीज़ है, जैसे गांधी जी ने राजा हरिश्चंद्र की कहानी सुनी थी और उसके बाद उन्होंने झूठी नहीं बोला. I mean, इतने अंतर तक चली गई थी, तो कई बार वो भी होता है कि एक कहानी कहीं अंदर तक उतर जाती है and it comes to you when needed.
Absolutely, and I think it is such a profound one line that hurt people, hurt others. It actually, I feel that that's a healing story in itself. You know, that if you can remind yourself of the same story, anytime somebody hurts you, your response possibly will be very, very different from the one that immediately comes as a reflex moment for you. So now, you know, sometimes people, मैं ज़्यादातर as a storyteller ये भी सुनती हूँ कि यार कहानी मत सुनाओ. You know, you talked about, it was so beautiful that in the beginning you talked about how truth is always a part of a story. But more often than not, in today's times, when we hear people talk about storytelling with a different perspective, they say ki, just give me the facts, don't tell me the story. You know, I don't need the story. Kahaniyan mat banao. So do you feel somewhere storytelling can also be seen as over-prescriptive? And if yes, then what could one do about it as a healing storyteller or generally as a storyteller as well?
See, in earlier days when you would listen to story of कछुआ और खरगोश, तो उसके end में हमेशा एक moral होता था. Moral of the story is this. Okay? Now when I do the sessions or the training sessions, I never tell a moral. It is for you what you want to get out of this story. अभी मैंने स्टोरी सुनाई थी एक औरत वाली. अब उसमें से कोई निकाल सकता है कि भाई छोड़ के चल दो अगर आपकी नहीं पट रही है. So that also can be an option. You know, look for the option. I am not saying anything about it. Also, the storyteller needs to be very authentic when telling a story. You know it better. You know, it's all about the authenticity of the storyteller. आप कई लोगों की कहानियाँ सुनेंगे और आपको लगेगा बातें कर रही है. You know, बातें बना रही है because they are not living that. If I am telling a story about patience and hope, and I am not displaying those qualities, then the stories will not reach, will not connect. So you have to become a story. You have to, you know, walk the talk, is what I would say.
Absolutely. Just let me know about the time, okay? Yeah. All right. Do you also feel that storytelling as a healing tool has evolved over time? Have you in any way used technology, or do you feel one can leverage technology? Because we are in today's time, and I see that we do have some Gen Z people also sitting here in the audience. Can we leverage technology to make storytelling a better healing tool in some way or the other?
Absolutely. You know, storytelling से पहले मेरे जितने meditations होते हैं तो उसका soundtrack तो obviously technology से ही आता है. I go to the YouTube, select a nice, you know, bansuri playing or something, and against that background. So one way is that. Then obviously access to the stories of people. And here I would want to tell you, Annie Brewster is a person who has initiated a movement where physical ailments are cured through storytelling. Wow. Even cancer, Annie Brewster. So I've been following her work. So she says, because it's any disease, we all know it's a physical and emotional. You know, it's mind body are related. So अगर आपके शरीर में कुछ हो रहा होगा तो वो emotions भी accordingly होंगे. And here what I would like to say is, when you share your personal stories, that is very healing. So these patients, what they were made to do, severe patients with severe ailments, with cancer and severe arthritis, in a hospital setting, they were taught to tell their stories in a particular way. I won't go down into detail because there are some technical things. There has to be a resilience theme, there has to be limiting beliefs, you have to check those. And then people saw a remarkable change in them. So it has been, see, what happens when I'm telling a story, you know it better, I mean, Yogita, the hormones are secreted. Oxytocin is secreted, which is connecting us all. Okay, other hormones, cortisol, कि अब क्या होने वाला है कहानी में, which is that other serotonin, feel good. अगर हीरोइन को हीरो मिल गया तो जितनी खुशी उसको होती है उससे ज़्यादा खुशी हमें होती है. भाई हमें थोड़ी मिली है, लेकिन those similar hormones are secreted. So when you are listening to a story of hope, resilience, same kind of hormones are being secreted. You go to watch a movie and come back feeling so good. Right? It is a story. So it is healing. That is, so reading stories of hope, resilience, and again I said physical ailments, it's a mind-body connection. People with thyroid, she worked on them. The moment they started sharing their stories, there was a blockage, the thyroid level came down. The cancer was healed with stories. There's a whole lot of scientific study now. They're so powerful.
Yeah, and you know, if in today's times, if you go to most doctors, you'd say that, okay, I have a very bad leg pain and I don't know, मेरे को कहीं fall भी नहीं हुआ, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, or I have a pain in my shoulder. First thing they ask you, okay, are you stressed?
Yes.
You know, you have skin issues, they'll say stress. And of course, you know, if you have to relieve stress,
what better way than to connect with stories? And that you so rightly said. And I'm amazed at the movement that you're talking about. I'm going to read more about it. So thank you for sharing that.
Yogita, can I take
Yes.
a minute? I want them, all of them, to give a dose of what stories can do. I want all of you to close your eyes, please. Just close your eyes. Now go back to your childhood, जहाँ आप रहते थे. एक खूब अच्छी सी मेमोरी चाइल्डहुड की, चाहे स्कूल की हो, चाहे पेरेंट्स के साथ की हो, चाहे दादा दादी की, चाहे कहीं की मेमोरी. जस्ट थिंक अबाउट दैट मेमोरी. आपने क्या कपड़े पहने हुए थे? आपके साथ कौन कौन था? आप क्या कर रहे थे? आपके साथ जो लोग थे वो आपसे क्या कह रहे थे? Deep, go back to that time of your childhood. You are there. You are with, you're happy. Your eyes are twinkling. Your face is shining. There is so much of joy in that moment. Okay, and as and when you feel like, just open your eyes. What happened to you? How are you feeling now? How are you feeling? Happy? What did you do? You went back to a childhood story of yours, a happy story. This is the power of story, as simple as that. We call it anchoring. कभी भी बहुत दुख लग रहा हो, कभी भी बहुत ही आ रहा हो, just sit down, relax with a cup of tea and go back to a beautiful, happy memory. And थोड़ी देर में, you know, you will realize that you are automatically feeling better. Because what? Stories are so well connected to emotions.
Absolutely. And, you know, while you were getting our audience to do this exercise, I was observing the body language. Almost everybody that I could see had, you know, the neutral face started to turn into a smiling face. So thank you for showing us the power of storytelling with just this little one activity. Thank you.
This is what personal stories do.
Yes, absolutely. So I want to also ask you that, I have not put this question down here, that why did you choose healing storytelling as a way forward for yourself? You know, storytelling has multiple applications, education, coaching, corporate, just performance, stage performance, writing, etc., etc., etc. But, you know, over the years that I've observed you, ever since I saw you getting into the world of storytelling, I see that you've consciously or subconsciously, that's what I want to know also, what made you or what inspired you to choose this path of healing storytelling?
So Yogita, you know I am a psychologist. And I've done my master's and MPhil in psychology. I've done a counseling course from prestigious NCRT Delhi. I've been a happiness and mindfulness coach. And I wouldn't want to let go of any of my core skills. At the same time, I wanted to bring storytelling into my, you know, into my toolbox, which I already had. And so I said, what could I do? And my mentor, as you know, is Lani Peterson. She's based out of US. She herself is a psychologist and a healing storyteller. And once I met her, I got drawn to this area.
Right.
And as for me, it was a journey. A lot of growth took place as I matured. At the age of 42, I did my counseling course with children my daughter's age. You know, I have been a lifelong learner. And still
we can see that. Yeah, absolutely.
I would be doing some course or the other. This is creative art, this is movement therapy. Now breath work is the latest, which I'm intrigued by. So next time when we meet, I'll be breath work facilitator, probably. So I kept collecting the tools, and I know it all boils down to the stories you are telling yourself.
Yes,
Whether they are
absolutely.
empowering stories or limiting stories.
Sure.
So, in fact, my dream is a day will come when doctors will start prescribing paracetamol, tuck, 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 and a healing story of hope. And people might come to me and say, okay, I want this, is my dream for the coming world.
Wonderful. So then we should all register with the doctors there. This is so beautiful actually. Why just stuff yourself with pills when you can give yourself stories of hope, resilience, stories of love and laughter, and we could heal ourselves naturally. So thank you so much. I saw your movement from there to here gave me the signal that this story is almost coming to an end. Thank you. And yes, we have to ask you or request you to ask our audience one question which will get them their gift, right?
Yes, ma'am, but before that, we'll allow the audience to ask questions to ma'am if they want.
Okay, before the audience asks a question, can I give my gift to the audience, a very small one? Okay? So, some Islamic traditions, when people go to a hospital to visit a person who's ailing, they do not take flowers or fruits like we do. They go to the patient, and this is in a book, they take a story of hope and resilience and tell the person, believing it will go deep down into the subconscious and heal the person better. How beautiful a thing that is,
Yeah.
And my story for all of the audience, a little bird, a very little bird, was flying here and there and here and there. She was hungry, looking for something to eat. And then she found a piece of bread, a small piece of bread, and she wanted to eat it peacefully. And as she was flying, looking for a place, lot of big birds started surrounding her and flocking around her, for they wanted that piece of bread. And this little bird did not know what to do. She was tired of flying and holding that piece of bread. And then she decided. She dropped the piece of bread, and now she was lighter and flowing high and high and high and higher up in the air. And all the other birds were after that piece of bread. So what is your piece of bread which you want to let go if you wish to fly high in the sky? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So beautiful. And I think letting go, you've given us a beautiful message of letting go by helping us visualize becoming that bird ourselves, right? So thank you for sharing that with us.
That's a story close to my heart.
Yeah. Beautiful. Now, if some people from our audience are inspired to ask a question.
I'll come to you, Trisha.
Hi.
Don't ask very difficult question.
Technical question.
Okay.
Do you have a process of telling a healing story?
Absolutely.
Can you share that with us?
It's a long process.
I know, but
yeah. First, see, you understand as a psychologist. First, you understand what is the limiting belief that the person is carrying. It could be I'm not good enough, or I can't earn enough money, or I'm not good looking, So while talking, you identify the limiting belief, what is holding them and not helping them grow, right? After that, you find a suitable story, right? And it is not as simple as that ek session mein aapne story sunai. There would be a lot of listening going on, trying to understand, and being a counselor, it helps me that. Then you weave that story while talking to them, right? You weave that story. I had gone there, and in a similar kind of setting, I heard somebody saying this. Agar aap overtly koi kahani sunaoge, there will be a lot of resistance, mind you. Right? So it has to be beautifully woven into the structure of talking, and followed by some doable actionable steps, which is very important. Just a story might heal you, might. आपने बीज लगाया है, ठीक है? हो सकता है बारिश का पानी आए वो बन जाए, लेकिन गारंटी तब है जब आप अपने घर में बीज लगाएंगे और उसको पानी दे रहे हैं, मैन्योर दे रहे हैं, तो पॉसिबिलिटी ज़्यादा है कि उसका प्लांट बनेगा. Does that help?
It does. Also, what you said in the beginning is be a good listener. That's the first most important thing. How to be a good listener is also what I want to understand from you. It's a difficult thing, but
You have to practice a lot. As for me, when my husband speaks, तुम ये नहीं करती हो, तुम वो नहीं करती हो, घर में नहीं रहती हो, so I listen, and then it becomes a part of me. So, thanks to him. No, honestly, it's a skill. It's a skill. Trust me, during my training as a psychologist, for an hour we were just taught to listen to the client. And sometimes your mind goes away somewhere. Then you bring it back. Okay, and ask him, कि हाँ तो आप कहाँ थे, आप क्या कह रहे थे? It's a skill. It can be learned. Yes. Sure.
Very rightly said.
Absolutely. So I tell myself, क्यों मुझे बाद में बताना भी है कि आपने ये कहा था, इसलिए मैं सुनती हूँ कि आपने ये कहा था, when he's in a right frame of mind. So, but yes, it happens. It can.
All
Yeah,
right,
Trisha, there was a question. हाँ.
मैं ये पूछना चाह रही थी आपसे कि वो पॉइस को मेंटेन करने के लिए व्हाट इज़ इट दैट यू प्रैक्टिस, यू मेडिटेट और इज इट समथिंग एल्स? क्योंकि वो जब तक खुद को फील नहीं होती कहानी, वो सामने वाले को फील नहीं होगी.
I have been into this journey of self-growth for a long time, and for me, my morning pages, I do something called journaling, 3 pages of those bada wala register, writing. My meditation, I do 7-phase meditation that involves gratitude, that involves your ideal day, that involves your future 3 years from now, that involves compassion for the world, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina is a mantra I chant every day. So these things are non-negotiable. And for me, the most important thing is to be authentic. Like I was telling Yogita, your stories will only reach if you walk the talk, if you do what you say. And that is the most difficult part of being a storyteller, I think. And I do a lot. I do, movements, my yoga, and either I'm conducting retreats or I'm attending retreats. These are the 2 things I do.
Yeah, and we see that happening a lot. No, I think, Trisha, if I could just summarize, and because we're at the end of the session as well, I think your own commitment to yourself, your own commitment to your learning journey. Life is a journey. Similarly, learning is a journey. And if she's, and being a co-storyteller and a friend, I've seen her journey, and I can share with a lot of confidence that, when you see poise, when you see tehrav, when you see confidence, it comes, it's like that duck swimming in the water. ऊपर से बहुत स्टिल, शांत, सब लगता है, बट अंदर जो उसकी मेहनत चल रही है, वो सिर्फ उसको पता है. So you've got to work on yourself. I don't know if I have kind of, been able to.
She knows me, she has seen my journey, so yeah.
There's so much commitment one has made to their own learning and growth to be able to touch the lives of others the way she's doing. So thank you so much, Jyoti ji, for doing that.
Such an honor,
Thank you.
Yogita. It couldn't have been better having a conversation.
Can I ask one question, ma'am, please? Can I ask one thing?
जी, बिल्कुल, please.
हमारे एंकर से भी पूछ लेते हैं.
Yeah, we can take one last question.
Actually, you were telling us about the storytelling to the people to heal. Okay, can it be reversed? because I have read somewhere that they do some kind of human library, like those who are suppose depressed or dual personalities or going through some very difficult phases of their lives, and sometimes they want to tell their stories to the people. And when, as in some countries it is done, that they provide a person, just a listener, and let them tell the stories to them, their experiences, their whatever they are feeling and they are going through in their lives, the difficulties, and they very patiently listen to that stories, and in that way they heal the person. Those who are,
Absolutely. Listening is healing. आधा काम तो हो ही जाता है जब आपके अंदर जो था आपने सुना दिया, लेकिन listening with the intention of listening.
Yeah, that's
not with the intention of answering or judging or telling. You know, definitely listening. There are listening circles. There are listening circles. You know, all over.
That is what I feel, that in that way also we can heal, isn't it?
Bilkul, bilkul.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, yes. True, true. It's not about me. It's not about me, you know.
Thank you so much everyone for your question. Thank you so much ma'am for answering those questions. Can we have a huge round of applause once again?
Ask the quiz question. One question.
You have a quiz question? I will have to ask. Okay. Who has been my mentor? I mentioned the name of my mentor.
During the session, yes.
During the session. No. Yes. She's Lani Peterson. Thank you so much.
You can
give
come
her
on
the
stage.
gift.
Okay, so our winner will receive a book called Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie, a timeless guide to cultivate enthusiasm, courage and resilience needed to thrive in every aspect of life.
I have to tell Lani, you were remembered a lot.
So as we bring this session to a close, we leave with a newfound appreciation for art and craft of healing stories. Thank you so much, ma'am. I guess every one of us sitting here will remember your stories for a really long time. Also, thank you to Jyoti Pandey ji for sharing your wisdom. Also, I would like to thank Yogita Bansal Ahuja ji for lending your perspective to us, which illuminated the depth and significance of storytelling as a tool. So as we conclude the event, I would request Dr. Shalini Mahajan ma'am, a valued member of our society, to come forward and offer a commemorative memento to our distinguished guest speakers. This gesture serves as a heartfelt expression of our appreciation to their contributions and insights. This artwork has been masterfully created by Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Bai. For BLF 2025, it beautifully illustrates the interconnectedness of nature, earth, humanity, environment. To our wonderful audience, thank you so much for being here. We'll be starting the next session in a few minutes.
An exuberant evening to one and all present here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to this captivating session titled The Allure of Romance Novels. Today, we delve into two deeply moving and thought-provoking narratives that explore the intersection of love, friendship, and the complexities of human emotions. We are joined by two incredibly talented speakers who have beautifully captured the essence of love in their works. Anuradha Kumar Jain ji in conversation with our moderator Roli Agrawal ji. I would request you to please come up on the stage. Can we welcome them with a huge round of applause? Anuradha Kumar Jain ji brings us Written on the Wind, set in pre-partition Lahore. This narrative takes us through a period in history and focuses on two women, Harjeet from a prominent landlord family and Amia, the child of a British officer, and a Brahmin woman. Both women challenge societal norms in their own ways. The novel intricately weaves desire, love, and politics, offering a powerful story on the struggles of the nation and personal sacrifices that women make in a changing world. We have with us Anuradha Kumar Jain ji, who is a writer of rare sensitivity and flair. Her lifelong love for the natural world motivated her to get a PhD in geography and her work in this nature journal. Her first work, Written on the Wind, was published to immense critical acclaim, the novel being made into an OTT series. While she has the fortune of calling to call three places her home, New Delhi, Chandigarh and Fagu, that is near Shimla, she is currently based in New Delhi. Other spinning tales, her interests include embroidery and cloud spotting. And of course, we have with us our moderator, Roli Agrawal ji, who will guide us through this fascinating conversation with her thoughtful questions and insights. She has around 18 years of teaching experience with graduate and postgraduate students. She completed her graduation from St. Stephen's College and has taught literature language to college students and immigrants in London. Her doctoral thesis centered around existential analysis, and she did her University of Cambridge teacher training course from UK. Her research interests include gender issues, literary adaptations, and she has presented papers in reputed national and international conferences. A thorough literature enthusiast, she loves reading fiction, non-fiction, and poetry in both Hindi and English languages. And now, without any further ado, let us embark on this journey through the realms of love, friendship, and of ambition with our two amazing speakers that we have here. Can we start the session with a huge round of applause?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our session today. As rightly expressed by our compere here, very sweetly, the allure of romance novels. I'm going to be in conversation with Anuradha Kumar Jain about her book, Written on the Wind. Before we start our discussion and our conversation with her, I would like to request you, ma'am, to please tell us something about the novel.
This novel is based in Lahore at the time of pre-partition, from the turn of the century to 1947, and it explores the story of two women, both strong and both willing to push the boundaries of what is acceptable, but in their own ways. So one of the protagonists, Harjeet, belongs to a very well-known landlord family in Punjab, and then she's married to an equally well-known lawyer in Lahore. And she has two children, and the family she's married into is very progressive and far-sighted. But she is dissatisfied with her life because her parents died early, and she was brought up basically in a hostel in Lahore where there were more British girls than Indian. So that shaped her way of thinking, and she finds her husband, who is 10 years older to her, very timid and too, submissive in front of his mother. So by and large, she is dissatisfied with her life. And then at a friend's house, her best friend from school also lives in Lahore. So at her friend's house, I must add, she has 2 children. And when the story starts in 1929, the daughter is 4 years old and the son is 2. So she, through her best friend then, she meets a Muslim man. He is teaching maths at a college in Lahore, and he seems to her to be totally opposite of her husband. He is free-spirited, he is fun-loving to some extent, and he seems to be very empathetic towards her. So she starts having an affair with him, and she knows it is wrong, and she is not able to put an end to this relationship because he fulfills a deep emotional need in her, and the relationship continues. And the other woman is born out of wedlock to a British Army officer and a Brahmin girl. And her mother dies a few days after she's born. So the child is brought up by her grandfather and later by her mother's cousin sister. So she also feels emotionally very aloof from everybody. She is also lonely. But at 19, she is married to a man who is a clerk at the postal office, which was a big deal in that time. He had a sarkari naukri. But the marriage is never consummated because after 2 days after marriage, he tells her that he is in love with a widow from the Banya caste, and whom he has married secretly, and he's living with her. Now, this totally shatters Amya because after the initial shock wears off, she decides that she must start working. She's finished her schooling because she has nobody to fall back upon, and she has no siblings, she has no parents, and she can hardly go back to her Mausi. So she is fluent in English and Urdu and Punjabi. So she takes up work in a children's magazine, which has just been commissioned. And she's good at her work, she's punctual, her command of the languages is good, and in the course of writing, she does fairly well with herself. And then after about 6-7 years, she's living in her in-laws' house with the husband, who's largely absent, but after a few years, he comes back. And rather than questioning him, she just thanks fate for giving her another chance at happiness. So they fall into the routine of a normal couple. But a few days later, her husband's mistress comes home and says that the husband had come home only because the father had threatened to cut him off from his property. So that leaves her shattered, and then she decides that she's going to leave her in-laws' house. The husband is never going to come back. He walks off with that woman. So what is she going to do there? So with the help of the lady whose magazine she edits for, she finds she takes a room on rent in a house of a Parsi couple. But as soon as she shifts to that house, she realizes she's pregnant, and then in a panic she goes back to her husband's house, but she finds that everybody has left because her husband had anyway left, and so has the father. But then in a strange twist, the Parsi couple suggests to her that she give up her child for adoption to their older son, who had been married for many years but could not have a child. So after much deliberation, she decides on that. And then the story explores her relationship with this Parsi couple, and especially the lady Khurshid, and how fulfilling it is for her. And then through her writing, she meets Gautam, who is Harjeet's husband. And they become very good friends. They do not cross the line of propriety, but they become very close. And then the story from there explores the troubled times they were living in and how it shapes their experiences. And then it follows from there. Is that enough of the story?
Thank you so much, ma'am. I need help with the mic.
No, take this.
Since this is a story of two women, and we basically see all the men in the novel through the point of view of these women, and they are the leading ladies, how much do you think love is different for men and for women?
That's an interesting question, Roli. And I do think that the women get more emotionally involved. And the man always has his job or his outside world to look to. And in the period in which the book is written especially, the women get more emotionally involved and they sense and feel things more sensitively than the man does, because at the end of the day, he has his job or his career is equally important to him. So I think from a woman's point of view, you get a deeper and more sensitive understanding and love differently.
Personally for me, and also interestingly, you know, the entire story is set in the city of Lahore. Now that was very, very fascinating when I looked at it because I am not familiar with Lahore. Why did you choose Lahore as the setting of your novel? And not just Lahore, why do you situate your narrative in a pre-independent India which is full of turmoil and tensions just rising every day?
Both my parents from both sides were refugees from Pakistan at the time of independence, and we grew up hearing these stories of the homeland they had left behind and the turmoil. And some of the stories were so interesting of their life in Lahore, and after that also of the, you know, the heartbreak which led to the partition, that I felt that this was a story which needed to be told. And especially since my mother's side, they were very progressive and open-minded, and it was so different from what we had thought. You know, pre-partition India would be like, you know, the very patriarchal society and very closed. This was a totally, you know, different life they led there. And then basically I wanted to tell their story because, you know, like in the rest of India at the time, people say that we got independence and there was much joy and, you know, independent India. But whoever I met from my family and all, they never used the word independence. They always said partition ho gayi, because they left behind their homeland, which they, you know, which I think hurt them for a very long time. Like my father was in college or in school when they shifted. But all his life in Chandigarh, he still got himself an Urdu newspaper, which he read till, you know, till the end. So I thought that this needed to be told. That's why it's based in Lahore.
Particularly when, you know, when we come to Amia's portion where she's packing up and they are moving to Mumbai, she's very incredulous along with Khurshid that, you know, they don't really want to pack their bags and go. They'll never come back to Lahore. So yes, definitely that idea does come out there. In addition to that, you know, the book also felt like a masterclass in history. There were a lot of references, you know, to the political landscape of that time, like the death of Lala Lajpat Rai, the civil disobedience movement, the call for Quit India movement. Why do you situate the lives of your characters in that political landscape? Why is there so much of referencing to what's happening in the nation at that time, and how do you think that affects the evolution of your characters in the book?
You know, I feel that you can never separate a story or in a way pluck it out from the socio-political times it is living in. Like if I was to write a story today, I think that cell phones and internet would be a very major part of it. Yes. So you have to put a story in its context. That is what roots it and gives it its, bearings. And especially for this story, since Gautam, one of the main protagonists, is a nationalist, and so is his father, and they provide legal help to the revolutionaries, and then he later also motivates Amia to write about the turmoil which was happening. So you could not separate it from that, because actually in Lahore that time, the newspapers and the books and the stories and everyday life was deeply affected by this, what was happening, which led to, it was a unusual occurrence. Like if you was to base a story on a peacetime city, then maybe you don't need to bring in so much of the history. But when what is happening is affecting your life daily, everybody had to, shift this side and that side of the border. So it had to be grounded in that. That's the reason.
In fact, I'd like to share this with the audience here, that reading about partition from history books is very different, and reading it as part of fiction where it's very neatly interwoven, you actually get to see the side of the common people and how their life was at that time. So do you think, Anuradha ji, that it's the moral responsibility of a writer as a public intellectual to ensure that their stories and the literature that they produce is reflective of the society?
I think not necessarily. You can write about the present day society. In fact, I think it would be much easier for me to do that. It would involve much lesser research, because if you write something which is based on history, then you have to be sure of your facts. You can't write something which is not true. So, but I feel it is also maybe our duty to write about the time which has passed, and a time in which, what you read about the partition is from these textbooks and all, and some of them I feel tend to be swayed this way or that way, to tell of a society in which people live naturally like neighbors and friends, and there was no, within the society, there was no great, division. So I think it is also, like when in 1982 in Punjab, there were these Sikh riots and Bhindranwale and all. So like my mother's family is from Sardars and father is Hindu. So we have friends both sides. And most of my friends were Sardars. And common people all rued it. I mean, nobody was happy with what was happening. The common man till the very end, unless, there are too many atrocities and hatred spreads a lot, they were living together happily. So I think I wanted to bring this out, that there was no such hatred in the society at that time. That came much later.
Right. And it comes out beautifully through the way Harjeet and Amya navigate their relationships. But for both these women, love is a constant struggle. It doesn't come easy to them. Their journey to get love, to look for it, it's full of turmoil and struggles. How do you think this shapes their core personalities and their take on life?
I think that if you want to, the path to love is not necessarily always an easy one. If Harjeet had decided to take the easy path and live with the husband she was living with, even if she was dissatisfied, life would have been different. But if you choose to go the extra mile, or you choose to be different, or to want to redefine your boundaries, then it's always difficult, because society doesn't easily allow you to stretch the limits of acceptability. So, but in their case, I think Harjeet, because her parents died young and she lived with her brother and the bhabhi, and they put her into a hostel, much as the brother loved her. I think that innate loneliness shaped her personality, as did Amya's. And then later, being dissatisfied, not finding love, that added to it. But the core personality was also shaped by these events of their childhood, I think.
Talking of Harjeet and Amya, how similar or different do you think are they?
I think their life circumstances may be similar, but who they become is different. Like they both lose their parents early. They both grow up very lonely. Both look for love all their lives. But there the similarity, I think, ends. Harjeet goes the extra mile and has an extramarital affair. And while Amya is deeply attracted to Gautam, and he is so much in love with her, she never crosses that line and gets into a relationship with a married man. So basically it is, though circumstances may have been same, but who they become and how they behave is different. They are different women.
Because we are talking about love and what love does to one's life and how we receive it, there are many versions of love that we understand in our journeys. And Amya is a very good example of that. She has the Parsi couple, Adele and Khurshid, who become, very close to her, and their relationship acquires a completely new dimension. There is Ram Swaroop, who supports Amya through her troubled times and actually is instrumental in helping her get a job when she wants to be financially independent. He also, towards the end of the story, ensures that Amya gets the letter of her father that Kamla had inadvertently saved. Gautam's friendship shows Amya a Lahore that she's never been aware of up till that point in time. Do you think these versions of love actually compensate for Amya the void that a failed marriage creates in her life?
Yeah, I like to think they do. I like to think they do because love is of many kinds and has many facets, Yes, a love of a spouse or a beloved is different, but Khurshid, and Khurshid especially, is so accepting and so loving of her, and then Gautam cares so much for her and Khurshid's children, and she gets to see her son growing up. And I think these versions of love, to a large extent, compensate for all of us, I think. The love of our children, the love of our friends, it does fill particular needs in our life, So I think it does compensate. That's what I like to feel. I like to feel that it did make her feel more fulfilled.
And to add to what ma'am said, I think another thing that makes Amya the character that she is, that she has the courage to get up and take action.
Yeah.
She is, even though she has a failed marriage and she knows that the husband's not coming back, she's courageous enough to make a choice, to get up and go and look for other options and act on those and kind of build a life for herself.
Yeah.
Did your writer element somehow get portrayed into the way Amya turns out to be a writer in the novel?
Interesting. Haven't thought of that. Yeah, but I felt when I was writing the book, I wanted Amya to be basically a dancer, okay? But then I really believe, which I used to read and never believed, that the character write itself, she wrote who she wanted to be in a way, if you can understand what I'm saying. So she ended up as a writer, because things fell into place and there was no where I could fit in the dance thing of what she was going to do. Yeah.
Wow, beautiful. Before I move on, I would really like you to read out some excerpts from the book for our audience here, something which is very close to your heart. This is a beautifully written book. The sentences are almost like this delectable dish in your mouth, which is absolutely gorgeous to eat. So I would really request you to read out some excerpts for all of us here.
So the title of the book is Written on the Wind. So I will first read out a paragraph which explains why I chose that title for the book. So to put it in context, this is that Harjeet then, because of Haidar's encouragement, and joins a joins a club where they do these plays to raise money for charity. And she turns out to be very good at it, and she enjoys playing the parts of different women to fill the void in her own life for those women. And why is it, titled Written on the Wind? So this particular thing is set in Simla, where there's a Gaiety Theatre to this very day, where there are lots of plays, and it's a very nice dramatic place. There was a row of trees along the bridle path outside their cottage, and when the sun rose in the morning, it traversed up the slope slowly, illuminating them one by one. The chosen tree, lit up from behind, turned into molten gold, standing out from the rest, enjoying its moment in the sun. Life was like that, Harjeet realized, giving to everyone their moment of glory, and this was hers. The country was in turmoil again, and there were rumors of escalating hostilities between Britain and Germany, and sometimes it seemed to Harjeet as though the entire world was at war with itself. Closer home, Gautam was still pensive and Lalaji withdrawn. Her own future seemed humdrum and bleak. The relationship with Haider was permanently doomed to uncertainty, and the one with her husband was virtually non-existent. But at that moment, Lahore and her problems seemed so far away. And while waiting at the railway station in Simla for the train back to Kalka, basking in the warmth of a mellow sun and filled with the glow of achievement, Harjeet felt a deep sense of contentment. All these are lives, she mused, are written on the wind, our futures predetermined, and everything else just becomes an excuse. We go where the wind takes us, blowing a gale one day and caressing like a zephyr the next, at the mercy of runes that we cannot interpret. Stooping low against the storms that create havoc in our lives, we wait for a change in the wind, for a directional shift in the weather vane, for the gentle breeze of contentment on our backs. And ultimately our fortunes do change, and all the pieces of the puzzle come together to complete the picture. Maybe that was what Haider was, the missing piece that made her life whole. The future would look after itself. Right now she had her children and the man she loved with her. She could ask for no more from life. So, this explains why it is called Written on the Wind.
There was one more excerpt when we were having our conversation that you said that you would like to share, so.
So you mentioned that you liked the part when Amia is leaving Lahore and is sad at that. So I'll read about this. When at the time of partition, she had, the entire family had to move out of Lahore. And this, I can say, is finds resonance with what I saw in my family growing up. The loss of a homeland or the loss of where you come from stayed with my grandparents, I think, till the end. So I'll read this. My dada, who lived in Chandigarh, which is such a beautiful city, used to say, "Ye to kuch nahi hai, tumne Lahore nahi dekha," you know. So he still remembered that. So the inevitability of leaving Lahore smote Amia like a blow. Lahore, her city, the only place she had ever known. It had witnessed silently the drama of her life unfolding in its bosom, never interfering, never judgmental. Its spring breezes, balmy and mild, had warmed her after a particularly harsh winter. Its summers had scorched her, but filled her days with the fragrance of the jasmine and the mogra. Mellow winter afternoons, spent half dozing in the sun, with a shawl covering her face, had an ambience of timelessness about them, as if the dappled shadows cast by the neem on the grass and the walls would endure forever. It had been kind to her, this jewel among cities, offering her another chance at happiness, generously allowing her to search for livelihood in its plenitude, giving her sanctuary in its leafy avenues. Sometimes it seemed to her that there was something in its air, an intangible glow, almost ethereal, that made it shimmer, like summer haze in the distance on a very hot day. Maybe it was magic dust, an Elysian benediction that made its buildings glimmer and its minarets shine, that gave to its bazaars their prosperity and to its residents the love of music and poetry. So that on a walk along one of its lanes and by-lanes, you were sure to hear some melody wafting from half-open windows. Her Lahore, with its crowded gullies and broad avenues, the Devi temple near Kamla's house, the cry of the milkman every morning, wood smoke rising on cold winter evenings, the half a kilometer walk to the Tonga stand and the swaying Tonga ride to the office of Noor, visiting Anarkali with Khurshid and coming home to excitedly open the shopping, samosas and jalebis from her favorite halwai at the corner of market, the kites of Basant and the chillums of the mystics, the gulmohar tree outside her window, which held every season captive in its canopy, balmy evenings at the Gymkhana Club, the quotidian hustle and bustle of the bazaars.
Beautiful, beautiful. And, just for my audience, notice how lovingly the novel not just brings out the love and the connection that human beings have between themselves in terms of relationships that we have with other people, but also the love for a place, the love for a nation, the love for, like your grandfather said, that tumne Lahore nahi dekha, the love for this beautiful culture that, that we'll probably just long for always. Before I move on to my last question and open it up to my audience, love is often also, filled with the anguish of waiting and longing, and one doesn't know whether that longing would see an end and there would be respite at the end of it. Between Amia and Harjeet, whose pain was most difficult for you to capture in terms of them getting a resolution for whatever problem it is that they are facing?
I think Amia having to give up her son for adoption, and husband had already left her, and this was the child that she had longed for and looked forward to, and wanted, and her sister-in-laws had taunted her. So having the courage to give him up for adoption, I think I wanted to capture that pain properly. I think that was it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. I have a lot of students from my university who are attending here. I would now like to, along with other members, I would now like to open the house for questions. Let's hear from our youngsters and others. Do we have a volunteer? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Aliza Khan, and my question is that apart from your family, what other literary inspirations did you have when you were writing this novel?
Basically, it was my family and the large extended family. But when I decided to write this, then I read up several other, I read up a lot of other things related to the partition. But I had heard so much about it really that what I read was just a repetition of what we had grown up with. So it was I think the family which, and Harjeet herself is modeled on one of my family members. So it is a fictionalized version of a true story.
Good evening, ma'am. I have this question. Like you and ma'am said, women love deeply, and everyone will agree with that. So what becomes a healing factor in navigating life and love, in your perspective? That's what I want to know. If you can just shed light.
You see, leaving aside the book, in a general way, I can tell you that healing can come from various sources. Healing can come from, like for Amia, for this Parsi lady who accepted her and loved her. Healing can come from a stranger who you meet and who turns to be empathetic. But if you ask me truly, I think healing only comes when you make peace with what is happening in your life, you see. Once Amia made peace that she had to give up her child, or that her husband was not going to come back. So that is when you start healing, when you accept it and you make peace with it. So that is what I would say.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Apart from partition, what are your views and learnings about this novel?
It's not only partition, it is, I think, learning to navigate life through difficult situations, Partition was a difficult situation for them, but basically the characters navigate life the best they can through difficult situations, and ultimately they find their peace in it. That's what I think.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. So now our speaker will ask one question from the audience, and whoever answers this question will receive a gift, which is a book called Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie. So,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, so this is a question. Which poem by Rabindranath Tagore begins with the line, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high? Your options are The Banyan Tree, Heaven of Freedom, Gitanjali, The Child.
Oh, you are not allowed to say the answer.
So they've said.
You can raise your hand and ma'am will
think
allow.
She said the answer, na? So they are right. They said it. She said it actually for everybody.
Okay, so can she come?
Of course.
Okay, you can come and receive your gift.
Please come.
I think that was an easy one.
As we conclude this insightful conversation, we are reminded of the profound ways in which love, ambition, and history shape our lives. Thank you so much, Anuradha Kumar Jain ji, for sharing your inspiring stories and enriching us with your perspective on romance, friendship, and societal change. And a heartfelt thanks to our moderator, Roli Agrawal ji, for guiding this session so beautifully. As we bring profoundly enlightening session to a close, I would like to invite Dr. Meera Das ji, a valued member of our society, to come forward and offer commemorative memento to our distinguished speakers. This gesture serves as a heartfelt expression of our appreciation. This artwork has been masterfully created by Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Bai for BLF 2025. It beautifully illustrates the interconnectedness of nature, earth, and humanity. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? I would once again like to thank our speaker and moderator. Thank you to the audience. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll be meeting in the next session. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Seema Verma ji, an engineer and retired aviation professional who has trained pilots on Airbus and Boeing aircraft. Recipient of the National Swachhata Award presented by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji for her waste management project in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which drastically reduced landfill waste. We are also glad to have you here with us, ma'am. And we have Niharika Singh ji, a renowned theatre and film personality, former head of the acting faculty at Barry John Acting Studio, and a visiting faculty at the National School of Drama. She has mentored numerous award-winning actors and served as a jury member at the international film festivals. Together, these remarkable panelists will delve into the island's natural beauty, cultural richness, and sustainable development efforts, offering us a broader understanding of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So can we start the session with a huge round of applause?
Good evening, everyone. So today we are going to talk about the Andaman Nicobar Islands and what lies beyond the turquoise tranquility. And we have an esteemed panel, Seema and Mr. Chandra, who've lived there and worked extensively in the Andamans. So let's find out from them. Most of us know about the islands only as tourists and with the stunning landscapes, but what lies beyond? So let me start with Mr. Chandra. He's written a beautiful book called When Turquoise Waters Turned Dark. So now in the book he talks about the 90 years of history of Andaman, where it acquired the name of Kala Pani. But he's set them against beautiful, stunning landscape of the islands, which are photographed by Mr. Keshav Chandra himself. I'd like to start with some incident that has stayed with me and from the Ross Island. Okay. And I quote, "The youngest grave is of Lawrence, son of Lawrence and Jemima Lawrence, born on 16th September 1863, who died the same day after 22 hours. His epitaph read, he glanced into the world of ours to see." Okay. Am I audible now? All right. "To see a sample of our misery, then turned his languid eye to drop a tear or two and die." Unquote. This to me speaks volumes about the dark times and the quality of life in Andaman. So would you like to take us through the dark times that you've written about?
Well, ma'am, it's the title itself says volumes about the place. I'm quite sure that most of you must have visited Andaman and Nicobar Islands. It's one of the most pristine waters that you can see, blue and turquoise waters everywhere. The moment your flight is about to touch down, you can see it from above. So the most intriguing factor is that why was it called Kala Pani? Because they could have given any other name. Then, despite having such pristine water, why Kala Pani? And this intrigued me most, that why British chose this island, lovely islands, as penal colony. And so it was coming to my mind that there must be some reason, and because it can't be a historical accident as such. Then I started reading all the archives and the books written by contemporary British officers. Then I realized that it was never meant to be a penal colony. And that intrigued me, that Andaman was never meant to be a penal colony. Actually, it was meant to be a naval settlement. And so before they came and settled there was a great debate in the British higher ranks that whether it should be a naval settlement or whether we should actually go and approach this alien land, and if at all we are going there, what can we get? So the contemporary, that time I'm talking about when the Anglo-French War was going on, that time there was a great debate. And they said that we must have some strategic position there in one of the islands, that is for sure. But apart from that, can we get something else apart from this vantage strategic foothold? So then they selected a young officer called Archibald Blair, and I'm really fascinated by that character. He was only 27 years old, very young boy, and infatigable is the word for him. He was tireless in his efforts. So he came all the way with all the provisions, and he was also a hydrographer. So he would actually make maps of the entire hydrography of the area, also write in great detail whatever he's noticed, he's seen, and prepare a report by night. So whatever he has seen by the day, he will prepare reports by night. And there are almost 852 islands there in Andaman and Nicobar archipelago. He must have seen almost 90% of it, because once you read his accounts, you get goosebumps that what kind of person he was. And then after surveying the entire topography, he selected a very tiny island called Mark Island. But later it was christened as Chatham Island. So in April 88, he started. And by next year, April, he goes and he submits his report to the Governor General. And Governor General, immediately within a month, he tells me that we cannot send anybody else. You will have to go and make a settlement there. And he gave them 200 convicts, because that time British used to make penal colonies all over Southeast Asia through these convicts. They would give, because of free labor, it becomes very cheap to establish a new colony. So you can see Tenasserim, Molme, Burma, Penang, all these colonies, Singapore, all these colonies were actually being set up by British through these convict laborers. So he was also given 200 laborers. So he came there and he used to work just like a laborer. He never distinguished himself to be a British officer. So daytime he would survey, and then nighttime he would write his report. And whenever he used to get free time, he would actually do menial jobs like anybody else. And he would make very, very detailed report and send it to Government of India. I have seen his original letters. And he has written that I require 314 things to make a settlement, and nail of this size, 3.5 kg. Nail of this size, this much. Rope, this much. And he would make such detailed inventory of things which are required. It will be absolutely a 27 years old boy who has no idea that how a settlement would be made, but he is doing it. And later in the history, after 4 years, in fact, the history says that 4 years, the entire place came up very well. It was thriving, and people were also very happy. And in one of the accounts, there was an officer, he writes that these things were so nice and that even the chief surgeon has gone on leave and there's no major problem here. And they used to invite their relatives to Chatham Island. But the historical accident which was lurking in my mind, and I always thought there must be some reason, that historical accident, I chanced upon that time the Viceroy was Cornwallis, Governor General rather. Governor General's brother was Commodore Cornwallis. He was traveling from Burma to India, from the northern tip. And so then he saw the parts of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and Chatham is in between, in middle of the entire archipelago. So on the northern part he sees an island. He said that this is the most appropriate island where the settlement should be made. So he writes it to Government of India. Obviously he's brother of Governor General, so he carries lots of weight. And then Governor General then instructs Archibald Blair that why don't you go and settle there? Strategically it's more important. And to my utter astonishment, Blair also agrees to this proposition. And this was the biggest historical folly, as far as that's why the name of my first chapter is Commodore's Folly. That now Blair also agrees, he goes there, and in fact, it was jinxed right from the beginning. 3 ships started from Calcutta, there was cyclone or something, and one ship sank, and 2 ships reached there on different days. And finally, he comes, Blair also comes. Government of India made another mistake. That time, British government made another mistake. They sent Blair on leave. So he was said that no, now you go and fight Crimea War. You are not required here. And they put somebody else, Captain Kidd. And everything started going downhill. Within 4 years, there was such a huge pestilence, 50% of the population died. And so Government of India had no option but to wind up the entire thing. So within 8 years, what was supposed to be a naval settlement and also a settlement where other economic activity could flourish, it was wound up within 8 years, and literally Government of India forgot. They forgot that there is a place called Andaman Nicobar Islands. Only after 1857, when there is no space in jails, and Southeast Asian jails, they refused directly that we will not take any of the Indian prisoners. So Sumatra, again, Tenasserim, Molme, all these places, they said that we will not take any of your convicts. Then they said where to take them. So they thought that, okay, fine, we'll set up a penal colony in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. This is how it started. So one folly of a person that you shift the settlement there actually changed the entire course of history. And there are other aspects in the book.
Would you like to talk about the life on Ross Island?
Right. So just for the all the audience, let me tell you, Ross Islands was the headquarters. So after 1857, when that time it was Chief Commissioner. Chief Commissioner was Walker. So when Walker came, then he decided, he also firstly came to Chatham only. And in fact, there were 3-person committee set by Government of India that time, that you go and again survey. So they surveyed. It was headed by a very powerful bureaucrat of that time, Mr. Muat. In fact, some of the places are named after him. So he again submitted a report that no other place could be better than Chatham, which Archibald Blair chose. And so came to Chatham, but they realized that in order to have a larger settlement, they need to have a place where there's water. There was no water there. So they went around and they found an island called Ross Island. Ross Island is a natural water source. So, and that time, though it was a penal colony, and from Karachi all the convicts were brought here in the first ship. But there was no jail. So for a long period in Andaman, contrary to our popular belief that it was a hell. It was, when the jails were built, then obviously for some period of time it really became hell. Otherwise, all the convicts were just living there just like in labor camp. Only factor was that the terrain was quite hostile. There were bogs, swamps, and other places, and so all the kinds of mosquitoes and other insects were there. So that way life was slightly harsh, but then it was harsh anywhere else. Otherwise, as far as the freedom of the people goes, or convicts goes, they were as free as any other place. And so in the Ross, when they chose Ross Island, it's a tiny island. Most of you must have gone and visited. You can see the ruins of the British structures still there. So the first time and what she was reading is very poignant lines written in one of the epitaphs, is about a young baby who's born and dies immediately after say hour or so. Yeah. So actually the life for the British also was quite tough. And I chanced upon a novel written by M.M. Kai. M.M. Kai was a brilliant novelist, contemporary novelist. She actually gone and stayed in Chief Commissioner's bungalow. And there she had written this novel, which is still available on Amazon, Murder in Andaman. A very fascinating novel. Yes. So that in that novel you will find about the Chief Commissioner's bungalows, details of the bungalow. So in fact, Intac was trying to do something, so I gave them that, you can see that what all were there in that. So in that Kai's book, then in the Kai's book, another thing comes out very prominently is that British had a kind of caste system there, unspoken caste system, in the sense that all the true British officers who came from England, they were living in the Ross Island. But the Anglo-Indian, and the officers of Caucasians, white skin, but coming from other countries, they were on the lower reaches. While the Anglo-Indians, all those who married Indians, or offspring of one of the mixed races, they were living in the Port Blair area, all through. So about the plantation and other things, you'll find references that Anglo-Indians were running those plantations, which is quite fascinating. And the general life in Ross was, actually, again, I wrote to British Archive, they sent me some material, and very fascinating to read that one of the wives of the officers who was living there, she has written a very detailed account that initially we had no other recourse but to gossip. And we would gossip about our kids and Jarwa raids and all kinds of affairs. And then she said that later we decided that let's indulge into certain activity. So the sailing, shooting, all kind of small activities, it started. And you could still see the sailing clubs, remnants of the sailing clubs, and then there is a pool, seawater pool is there. So everything was built gradually. Then there was a cricket field also. I was like totally shocked, because now you can't see the cricket field, but cricket field was there. And they built a tennis court, then squash court is still there in ruins. Dance floors are there in subordinate clubs. In fact, the photograph are also there in the book. So life was pretty tough. Also, there's another passing reference. There was a Home Secretary called Mackenzie. So Mackenzie has visited, and in his account, he is writing that the army men are quite bored. So they had no other option but to dive in the ship which is sank there, and its name was Firoz Shah. So apart from diving and taking out oysters from the Firoz Shah, they have no other work to do. And so they're quite bored. Also, in one of the passing references I have read about, officer writing that nobody is actually backing anybody else. And so everybody is on his own here. And worst of lot, from the civil servants are sent here. So we were laughing that the tradition continues even on this day.
I was about to say that.
So we were saying that, yeah, we are also the worst to the lords who were sent here. And so that was briefly the life in Ross Island.
Is it the reason why it's still sometimes called Kala Pani?
Kala Pani, there are 2-3 theories. One theory which I tend to believe is that there are some places where it's so deep blue, water is so deep blue that any commoner would come and find it a color thing. And all the illiterate convicts coming from northern part of India, they had some fascination with word kala. So you'll find kala patthar, kala pahar, kala nadi, kala rasta, kala ye, kala pani. And there are places, near Chatham itself, there are places where you can see very, very deep blue water, which would appear to be kala. But the other theory is that now it's so impregnable, you cannot just escape from this place. That's why they call it Kala Pani, and it's a torturous living condition. So that's why probably it was called Kala Pani. I could not actually see that why it was Kala Pani, but yes, for the entire period, even when the Japs came there and they stayed there for 3.5 years, probably that was the worst phase of Andaman history. So, in fact, till 1947, the struggle continued for all the residents there.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the Japanese imperialists.
Okay, so Japanese, as we know that in the Second World War, they came all the way to Burma. So, in March 42, they conquered Burma. They actually sank 2 British ships. And British realized that they cannot fight Japanese. So, March itself, they decided that apart from the chief commissioner, Waterfall was there, and his deputy, A.J. Bird. A.J. Bird means in modern terms he'll be chief secretary. So A.J. Bird and Waterfall and 1 or 2 more fellows would be there, and rest of the fellows, they were asked that they evacuated, they left. So Tojo came. Tojo was actually he was managing the entire Second World War from Japan. Here in Andaman and Nicobar, there was a Admiral Ishikawa came, and so initially it was not that bad for a month or so, but immediately it started from one very, very stray incident that one of the couple of Japanese soldiers, they were probably standing in the market, they molested some woman, and so either her brother or somebody resisted. His name was Sunny, and so Sunny, he got a gun from somewhere, he fired in the air, and the Japs, they fled away. Later they came back in greater number, and they said that give us that fellow. So local people were quite scared. So they said that, okay, fine, we will not give you, and we do not know where he has gone. So actually that time the local Indian leader, Diwan Singh Kale Pani, he was quite close to Subhash Chandra Bose. So he intervened, he said that no, but I'll ensure that he is not killed or anything, he'll be just punished. So the moment the Japs took him out and shot him in broad daylight everywhere. And that was probably the beginning of the perpetration of atrocity that you can imagine. It crossed all the limits. Then there was a guy called Dennis Richardson, a British fellow. He was from British intelligence. So he set up different radio stations, hidden radio stations. And he also cultivated some local fellows who used to give him information. So he used to take information and pass on the exact information that when Japanese ships are coming with all the provisions. So Allied aircraft, bombers, they will take off and exactly bomb the ship, and not a single ship used to survive. So within 3 to 4 months, there was such huge scarcity of food, armaments, everything that Japs were like totally at their wits' end what to do in this situation. So they also started suspecting that locals are in connivance. And so locals are to be, there must be many spies, and so they looked at everybody with suspicion. And then the atrocities started. Then they would simply round up entire village, like in Garacharma. Some of you who have stayed in Andaman would remember. They put in a Garacharma, took them to Tarmugli and shot them. So 40 of them were shot in a single day. 300 people were taken on board a ship, and the ship was taken to a place called Havelock. Havelock is now a tourist destination. So in between they had employed some Burmese labor. So Burmese labor were given the task to kill all the Indians and throw them in the sea. So all of them were killed except for 2, Govardhan and one more fellow, he survived. And he came back after 2 years. He survived in the jungle. And when the Japs left, then he came back to Port Blair. And so Japanese atrocity, there is a huge, I mean, I don't think they have done, yes, for their own benefit, they have done many, many things. In fact, if the presentation is on, I'll quickly show you the photographs. I have some photographs related to, so what they've done is that because British had built cellular jail by then, by 1896 they started, 1906 it got completed. This is the way to point. Yeah. So this is the title of the book. Yeah, so the book is, it just gives some details about the book. Yeah, the history, 3 phases of history. Yeah, I was talking about, yes, this part I missed out, that Andaman was not discovered by British. In fact, it was discovered much earlier. Marco Polo in his account has written about Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Then John Mandeville has also written, but they have written fantastic things about the local citizens, that they look like cyclopes, people with one eye, which is just not possible. So there was a great debate that is it a place with great landscape, or is it a place with volcanoes and bogs, and this is a live picture of Andaman. This volcano is still active in the Barren Islands. I've taken it with the drone. And this is the island where they all came. This is Chatham Island, where he built his, Blair built his first habitation. And after 4 years he leaves, and then the entire thing was wound up after 4 years. Then second chapter starts with Ross Island. This is the tiny island where British set up their headquarters. And you still find all the British buildings, remnants there. So imperial phase starts in 1858. I think the files are very heavy, so yeah. So this is the first structure they built in Ross Island. This is the lighthouse. It's 11-meter tall lighthouse. And every lighthouse in India, for that matter, throughout the world, they run on different specifications. So it has 12 meters of dia, and it comes, rotates in 11 minutes. So every lighthouse would be known by this. The sailors would know that how to recognize a lighthouse from the frequency. I'm sorry, the files are quite heavy, it takes time. Yeah. Okay. This is the church they built at the Ross Island. There were 2 churches they built, one Catholic and this is Anglican church. This is still there. Now Government of India has planned to restore it, all the buildings. This is a garrison. This is the largest structure, and this was modeled on Windsor Castle there. So in fact, Mackenzie has himself written that, you know, there was no need to spend this much of money here in Ross Island, but it's still, yeah, this is the water purification plant which they built. And it was, actually they used to burn wood, and through wood they would treat water and then they drink. Because you have many cholera episodes there, and the baby died because of the cholera itself. So after that, they decided that they will have the water plant. This thing is still there. Yeah, next. There was a printing press they built, also electricity room, genset, and just next to this building was the electricity home. Next. Yeah, this is the ballroom. You can see it is in ruins, but in fact it had a wooden floor. So people could come and dance in the evening. Yeah, with the springs, Even now you can see, once you dig, then you can see all these things. There was a card room also, there was a billiards room also. So all these things were there. And this residence for subordinate officers, now it gathers moss. Next. Yes, on the southern side of the island, they also built a small jail, because they used to, when the revolutionary were brought here, they were kept here for some time before they were sent back to cellular jail. Next. This is the cellular jail you all must have seen. Yeah, this was another jail. I don't know whether you have gone and seen this. This is the only structure, apart from Ross Island and Port Blair, this is the only surviving structure, and this is found in Viper Jail. This is the gallows where, and this was infamous for chain gang. Chain gang, earlier British, what they used to do is that bring many convicts together, or reprobate variety that you cannot actually rectify them. But 15 or 20 of them would be tied together. Their ankles would be tied together through a chain or something. So even in the daytime, they would put to some work, and with the clinking of chain, one could hear it even at a distance of say 15 kilometers. Night, they were not allowed to sleep. In fact, the chain would be there on their ankle while they were sleeping. So that's why this place was famous for the chain gang. But this place was disbanded immediately after the cellular jail was built in 1907. This is the cellular jail, and you can see this tree. This tree was there when it was conceived. So this tree is still surviving. In 1896, when it was planned, this tree was there, the peepal tree. Next. Next. Chapter 4 is about Japan. I talked about Japanese presence. I've named it as sunspots, because Japanese presence was not that good here during that time. Next. And I got this photo in a place called Parrot Islands. I don't know whether you've gone. It's in the middle of Andaman, and the setting sun is absolutely fabulous there. The tiny temple Japanese built there in the Port Blair itself. So that's, yeah, so this is the bunker. And Japanese built all the bunkers after breaking the cellular jails, 3 cells. So 3 radials they broke, and they took out all the bricks and they built all the bunkers. This is about Nicobar. I'm quite sure that you have many questions on this. But Nicobar is, I think, do
We'll
you
come
have
to
time?
the questions after the session.
Okay, so quickly I'll wrap it up.
All right, yeah.
So Nicobar is a southern group of islands where you have the tribes, Shompen and Nicobaris. And this is Indra Point, where in fact this thing is gone after 2004 tsunami. It's gone inside the sea. Next. Yeah, this is all Chora Island, and next. If at all you get any chance to visit Andaman Nicobar Islands, please request everybody and go to Chora Islands. This is the most unique island I have seen in my entire 2 years, and the waters is absolutely amazing. The two, you can see turquoise and blue in the last this thing, and that turquoise is seen nowhere else in Andaman. This is the most unique water that you will see in Chora Island. Not even Havelock, sir. Not even. People quickly, there are 6 PVTGs, particularly vulnerable tribal groups. Next. First is Jarvas. So Jarvas, actually we have started a small school there for the Jarvas. They are highest in number, 600 Jarvas is there. And Jarvas never actually had reconciled with British approach. So they always stayed away, they fought British throughout. And that's why they are the highest in number at present. Next. These are Jarva kids. After school they have gone to there to play, and they allowed me to photograph also. I was quite lucky. And then second, Andamanis. Andamanis, in fact, was the most numerous tribe at that time. So, in fact, I was reading Portman. Portman was the anthropologist who was working during British time. He's written that there were 10 septs of Andamanis. Karikora, Jerubo, Bia, Balawa, Javai, Puchwar. All these, they all got decimated. Only the Bia sect survived. And only 58 of Andamanis are surviving now. And they all are married mainland people. So you'll find, you know, the young fair Punjabi boy coming with a Jarva girl to my office for something, and I was like quite bewildered that what is he doing here. He said, I have married this girl. These are Andamanis. Ongays and Sentinelese, next. And then Shompen. Shompen is in Great Nicobar. These are some of the photos. Next. And then you have people from mainland were also brought here. 1911, you have Moplas brought from Kerala. Similarly, other Bhantus were brought from UP. There are other tribes who were brought there in Andamans. They all settled there. And so you have all the, it's a true melting pot, because people used to marry from one religion to other. Even now, a Hindu marrying a Muslim is not unheard of. It's not that anybody will frown upon or anybody would object. It's a common practice there. People, intercaste is like, so normal that you can't imagine. So it's a very, very nice culture which has evolved. And these are some of the, this you can see in Tamil Nadu also, this thing happening. Next. So I think briefly I've shown you that about Andaman and the life there.
I'd suggest the book has stunning pictures of the landscape of the beautiful islands, so you must buy and see them for yourself. Thank you. Seema Verma, I come to you now. So Seema went to live in the Andaman Islands because her husband was posted there as the commander-in-chief of the only joint command, which consists of the Coastal Guard, Air Force, Army and the Navy. So as the wife of the Commander-in-Chief, she was the president of the Defense Wives Welfare Association, where she actually did a lot of work on the environmental issues. She even got the National Swachhata Award for the work that she did in 2017. She was honored at the Vigyan Bhavan, which was chaired by none other than the Prime Minister Modi himself. And this was the first time a Defense Wives Association was getting an award that prestigious. So I would like to know from you, when did you discover what you did beyond the tranquil turquoise waters? Would you like to share with us?
Yes, thank you for the good words. Keshavji's book is about when turquoise waters turned dark. So it's about historical book, and it's about past. When I was approaching Andamans, of course I had been earlier as a tourist, but this even posting when we were much younger. And so when I was approaching Andamans, they are breathtaking. The islands, the waters are breathtaking. And I said, wow, we are coming to heaven. And we landed there and we went for our evening walk. No, we went for our evening walk. And it was low water time. The amount of muck that you see on the beach it will make you cry. So for me, the turquoise waters are turning dark even now. So, and of course it pained me and it troubled me and I thought what to do. Then we went to Havelock. When we were returning from Havelock, there is this huge mountain of garbage which is burning 24/7 and polluting the environment, the pristine environment. So I decided, no, we need to do something about it. And as a Defense Vice Welfare Association president, because of your husband has some power, you have little power, you at least get, when I go and call on Chief Secretary, he'll say, yes, ma'am, come in. And if it is Swachhata, these days, because of Mr. Modi, Swachhata has become a very important word. So you see, please, madam, aiye, chai pijiye, baithiye. So I first went to the administration to say, what can we do about these plastic bottles, the wrappers? So, of course, they were very, very warm, very welcoming. But they have their own system. It doesn't move so fast. And as a Fauji wife, one is always, one doesn't know when one is moving out. It could be tomorrow, it could be 1 year, it could be 2 years. So we are always in a hurry. So when I realized 2-3 months went past and nothing was happening, so I went to my husband and I said, I need to give me one small colony. He was also very reluctant because he says, "Ye kya kachra leke baith rahi ho? Why don't you do better things?"
I was going to ask you, I've heard of so many other things that the Wives Association do in defense, but how did you think up of kachra?
Yeah, same, because of when you see these turquoise waters turning dark, that is the... And then I decided, and we made a project and we implemented in a small colony. And of course, initially we had little issues, but once it was successful, we replicated it in all our bases, in all the islands. And you won't believe it, we brought down from 20 trucks of garbage to less than half truck. So I thought that was my way of giving back to the turquoise waters.
Did you ever think it will become such a movement that it did, that every defense establishment in the country today is emulating your model? And I know you, since I've seen your journey personally, that it's a very unique model.
Definitely not. Not even in my wildest dream I thought that it will happen. But because as it is, it's Kala Pani. You are in Andamans, people forget about you. Navy forgets about you. The personnel department forgets about them. You have to keep reminding them, we are still there, we are still around. So, but I don't know how it happened, maybe thanks to the local administration, because apparently every state has to give entry for Swachhata Award. So when it must have come to Andamans, they must have realized that there is this association doing something. So a team came down from Delhi, apparently 15-20 people, and I was working, so only weekends I used to go. So the girls called me up and they said there are 15-20 people who've just come and wanted to see the system. So that's how they got, and then they realized that such detailing we had done, the way we were managing. We had opened little kiosks called segregated waste collection centers at the entrance. Because I believe there were two things which I wanted to work on, that a person has to take pride in their kachra, and the second was the segregation has to happen at the residence level, not the kachra walis. Their job is not to segregate. So we were able to implement that, and maybe that is why we got an award, and of course we were elated and we were overjoyed.
So in the name of Swachhata, I hear from you that, most doors open in the government departments. You are also offered tea, but nothing ever happens beyond that. Why is so? Because the Prime Minister gives so much importance to Swachhata. Why is it that our nation still has a long way to go?
I won't say nothing happens. So much is happening. It's become so, like you see Indore, you see even our states, and even these days when the kachra gadi comes in the morning, things are happening. Now I work in village and I run an NGO. About ODF, I have an issue. About ODF, I've seen we tend to impose our way on that. See, in the village, I'm realizing people are still going out in the open to defecate. So why is that happening? Every house is supposed to have a toilet. So what I feel is, first of all, it's like if a person who's never seen a European Western style toilet, he will go, they don't know how to use it. So similarly, a villager, if you've made a toilet, they don't know how to maintain it. So They just make one toilet wherever they have space and they say, now use it. They use it for 4-5 days a week. After that, they have cattle there. They have bhusa there. They are all going out and going in the open. So I feel that there had to be little more study. There has to be training of how to use the toilet, how to maintain it. So these are the little things which I feel are overlooked.
Okay, we're running short
Yeah,
of
I'm
time,
sure.
and I hope you
And-
haven't retired and you are carrying on the good work in Bhopal too.
I just run an NGO and I'm trying to give back to the society as much as I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Glad to have you on the panel. And should we open up for the questions?
Yes,
Is
ma'am, we'll
there
take
time?
one
Just
question.
one question. Yeah, Meera ji, please do.
You know, I just, Mr. Chandra, I just wanted to ask two questions. The first is, did you refer to the Japanese sources also, or is this a completely British sourced information? Okay. And that is one I wanted to know. And then you kept saying the convicts. Were they convicts or were they political prisoners who went there? So, I mean, of course, the British will call it convicts. Yes. But were they convicts or political?
It's like the mutiny and the 1857.
Yeah.
Let me clarify
yes,
on
please.
this account. Yeah, so, yes, so this is the narrative which is generally taught, but tell you the historical truth. The first batch of convicts which brought in, and I'm saying convicts, after 1857, were all hardcore criminals who indulge in burglary, dacoity, rape, murder. And everybody, there's a clear this thing. The political convicts started coming in after 1911. There was a Anushilan Samiti. So Anushilan Samiti, after that, then Nazi conspiracy case took place. Nazi conspiracy, you must have heard about Veer Savarkar. So both the brothers were brought here. Then after that, there was a there was Alipur bomb conspiracy case where they planned to kill Jackson, the deputy commissioner. So all these fellows, others were brought. So revolutionary started coming from 1921. And it got prominence, the cellular jail got traction only after that. Why? Because on one side, British were writing that, the prison system is very good. But British was very scared of revolutionaries. They were not given basic humanitarian facilities. Like they were not given newspapers, they were not allowed to go out of there. In fact, Veer Savarkar was not allowed to go out of his chamber. He was the only one, and he came to know that his younger brother is in same jail after 3 years. And that too when he was allowed to go to fetch something. Then he saw his younger Ganesh Damodar Savarkar. He saw him there. So there's a distinction. The revolutionaries started coming after 1911, after cellular jail was built. Before that, it's all convicts. And I'm saying it consciously because I've researched one. Second, you was asking that have you read only British sources? I've actually referred to, because Japs have not written anything about this. One. Indians have written, all those who were working that time. FMA Das is in fact there are two sources, very, very valuable source. F.A.M. Das is the person who was working at that time. Actually, I have given his reference also. And he has written very, very extensive account of what was their life. Then there was another guy. In fact, I have given all the references of Indian writers who have given that time. British had not written anything about Japanese prisons because they were not there. All the British they were killed. A.J. Bird, the chief secretary, actually he was dragged out in the open. Firstly, they broke his hands and legs, and then they chopped off his head.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So now there's an audience question. One of our speaker will ask a question, and whoever answers the question will receive a book called Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie. So over to you.
Is this the question?
No, you can ask. Anything related to your book or related to the session or any general knowledge question?
Okay, so I've already said, I've already explained. So the question is very simple, that among all the tribes, which tribe is least in number?
Jarvas?
No, that was opposite. No. And when so he doesn't require this book, Dale Carnegie, but anyway, he gets it.
Okay, so sir, please come forward and receive the gift. So this book, Living an Enriched Life by Dale Carnegie, a timeless guide to cultivating enthusiasm, courage and resilience needed to thrive in every aspect of life. Ladies and gentlemen, this session has been a deep dive into Andaman and Nicobar Island, revealing a world beyond beauty of the scenic beauty of the island. So the presentation you have shown to us, it was like we were feeling it like we are there in the island. It was like it gave a sense of reality to us. Thank you so much. And I think audience will relate. We all would like at least want to go there for once in our life. So Keshav Chandra sir, thank you so much for your insights that you have showcased the island's unique challenges and opportunities, blending governance with artistry to inspire meaningful change. I would also like to thank Ms. Seema Verma ji for your work in waste management and rural empowerment has been a beacon of innovation and dedication, setting an example for environmental stewardship. I would also like to thank Niharika Singh ji for your skillful moderation and unique perspective. This has made this conversation enlightening and truly engaging. Now, as we conclude this enriching session, I would like to request Brigadier Sanjay Agrawal ji, a founder member of our society, to please present esteemed speaker with a memento as a token of gratitude.
Thanks to the audience also, they've been wonderful.
Yes. Can we have a huge round of applause? So, Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Bai has created this artwork. Padma Shri Bhil artist Bhuri Bai has created this artwork for BLF 2025 depicting the connection between nature, earth, human being and environment. To our incredible speakers, thank you so much for sharing your wisdoms, creativity and insights.
And to our evergreen moderator. How many of you know that she's a great one at the National School of Drama? Yes. One more with all of us. Yes.
At the end, thank you so much all for being a part of this engaging session. May the stories and inspiration shared here guide us in embracing the diverse beauty of India's hidden gems. Stay connected as we continue the journey tomorrow. See you.
Yes.